very warm. Well, I'd like to say warm. Welcome back to TED HQ. We're back on normal ops, ladies and teddy bears. We've finished our adventures at Eastbourne and we're back here at TED HQ as we run our usual week. A shorter week. I've had to take a couple of days off just to recharge my soul and battery. You know how it is, the body battery. You know how it goes when your body says okay. And ironically, I did promise a full week last week, and well, we certainly got that. We got 7 streams in a row. I think that could be a first for the channel, but there we go. And we're here today at RAF Coningsby, Ted's home, TED HQ, home of the Eurofighter Typhoon and all other good things that come with it, ladies and teddy bears. I hope you're all good and well, welcome to the show. Hopefully a nice busy one today for you. A little bit of a colder one, but should have some good stuff for you today. So I hope you enjoyed our coverage of Eastbourne Air Show, Airborne. Hope you enjoyed that. Is our squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. Just want to say hello. Ted, how you doing, mate? Ted loves coming back here. It's his home, it's where he started, and he loves it. There he is, squadron leader Ted Coningsby. And, he loves coming back here, and of course he does get a bit excited with the 5 Typhoon squadrons that are based here, and of course the BBMF, who have made Coningsby their home since 1976. And it's also home to the 17 Coningsby Air Cadets as well. Ted's getting a bit excited. Ted, calm down, mate. Well, to be honest, I don't blame him. You can hear some lovely bit of foonage going on. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nikos, cameraman and historian of the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome to the show. How you doing? All right? Yeah, you good?
Yeah.
How's it going?
They're very excited.
Oh, excited!
They
You love
want
it.
to meet Ted.
Oh, how you doing? All right? Yeah, he's here. He's here.
How'd you catch it?
Looking at his cousins there, isn't it?
So that's Johnny.
Johnny, yeah.
That's Nath.
Nath, nice.
And that's George.
George, lovely. Well, lovely. Yeah, I could do that after the show,
Yeah,
or when
fine.
I come down on my break about 12ish. All right, we'll come down if you're still here.
Yeah, it's okay because we can walk to his Kirkby.
Yeah, I'll be here until about 3ish,
Right.
and then we'll come and grab some photos.
Yeah.
In fact, I could probably do it now. Actually, probably best to do it now. Since we've got a chance, nothing's taxiing. We can grab a quick photo now. It'll be all right. We can do that. Okay, no problem. Well, enjoy your day. Enjoy your time.
Yeah, I came last Monday because I thought you were going to be here, but then you finished up at noon.
Yes.
Well, you were here on Tuesday, but you still was
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, just the last quick second change like it normally does. Cool. Yes.
What are the chances? Because the Spit and Hurricane are at Cromer today, aren't they? So do you think we'll see them?
Depends on the weather. Depends how it holds up.
Yeah, that's true.
Depends how it holds up.
I mean, that's where we were going to go today, but
Yeah.
a bit farther. It's a bit further, yeah.
No worries.
Well, thank you.
No problem at all. You have a great day, yeah? No worries. Take care. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Here we go. So I've got myself making its debut today is something that I built a while ago, and I do have a few of these. It's probably not going to look like this after some of the shows, but I thought I'll show you the Typhoon. So it's something I actually built, so do forgive my skills here on this, but here we go. This is the Typhoon FGR4. I've got it in 41 squadron markings, and we can talk to you a little bit about what the Typhoon has. It looks like it was just a little engine run there, but this is our Typhoon, and this one does have this bit here that's missing on my original model. That's the missile alert warning system. So that's like a survival piece of kit. And here as well, we've also got the IRST, the infrared seek and destroy, literally can seek heat using. There are 4 different it can I'll talk to you about that in a minute when we get to it, but I'm going to give you a little tour of the Foon, and you can really see the splitter bridge, the diverter for the boundary layer here. It's got a lot more detail to it. There's the Echo Bravo. I don't know if you can see that on World War II marked 41 Squadron Spitfires would have had EB, Echo Bravo, and the 3rd letter after the roundel just indicates the flight itself, so A to Z. So here's a little bit of air fix that I put together myself a few years ago, shall we say. But there's our Foon, Typhoon FGR4, Fighter Ground Attack and Reconnaissance Mark IV. That's what the FGR4 stands for. Don't worry about all the terminology. I do talk through them quite you know, that you don't need a PhD or anything like that. The Typhoon is called different things in different countries, hence Eurofighter, F2000, EF2000, all these things. Just to give you a quick one, so Germany, they call it the Eurofighter EF2000. They don't call it a Typhoon, although it is the Eurofighter Typhoon project, but no worries. In Italy, it's called the F2000A Typhon. In Spain, it's the C16 Eurofighter Typhon as well. And of course, in the Royal Air Force, it's Typhoon FGR4. It was designated as an F2 at one point, but it has now a different role, as it's it is our choice of aircraft for quick reaction alert. There are 5 Typhoon squadrons in total here. The first one we'll talk about is we'll talk about number 41 as it's here. They're the Test and Evaluation Squadron, so they will be equipped with the latest and greatest equipment, software and ordnance. They may have some fancy ordnance on here to test it out and come back and report. Their HQ's actually at RAF Waddington. Number 29 Squadron, they're responsible for the schooling, teaching and training the junior pilots to go on to the Typhoon. So recruits that have just got their wings from the advanced flying training at RAF Bally, once they've passed, and if their career is tuned for the Typhoon, tune for the Foon. Yeah, so if you're tuned for the Foon, there you go, another Ted Coningsby phrase. They will come here and fly with 29 Squadron. They'll train, they'll be constantly having a qualified flying instructor. There's also the ground schooling part. Again, all of this, lots of this has been put together from BAE Systems. Next, we've got number 12 Squadron, the Joint Qatari Emirati Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. Now, their involvement has a strong connection here in the UK with RAF Leeming, flying the Hawk Mark 167. Now, that's their version, the Qatari Emirati Air Force, which is number 11 Squadron of the Qatari Emirati Air Force. They actually train at in the Hawk Mark 167. They train at RAF Leeming. So it's a bit like Valley for them, and once they pass, they come to 29 Squadron here, which will then lead them on to hopefully qualify to fly the Typhoon. The reason behind the Qatari Emiri Air Force and Joint Royal Air Force is the interest of Qatar and the Qatari Emiri Air Force adding the Typhoon to their inventory. So it was the Royal Air Force that stood up to create a joint squadron to assist them with training and all the tactics that are involved with flying it. Next up, we got our 2 fighter squadrons, number 3 fighter and number 11 fighter squadron. There are frontline combat ready squadrons there. Okay, so there we go. So we're going to have a little look around the Typhoon. Let's start from the nose here. Now, of course, these are subject to future and upgrades and things like that. So we started off once upon a time inside that radome, a sensor in there, basically the battlefield zone, which was developed by Marconi. It was the Captor. At the moment, during that time, it was a Mark 1, but of course these things are subject to be upgraded. Now, just to give you an idea on the Typhoon's BVR, it does depend on the ordnance that you have that can fire at that certain range, but just to give you an idea, the Typhoon can actually lock onto fighter jets that are around 160 kilometers away. So there goes that Top Gun style dogfight. It doesn't happen very often at all, if that, because at the end of the day, if they need to lock onto a target, they can do it 160 kilometers away. They can also lock onto larger aircraft 300 kilometers away, all because thanks to the development of the Mark 1, which is the AESA Mark 1, but there are there's an upgrade to the Mark 2, etc. Now, the Typhoon can, on the particular first generation, could lock onto about 20 to 30 targets and prioritizing on around 6. There we go. Now, just before I go underneath the radome, let's go with this thing here. It looks like one of those dome CCTV cameras. We've got something coming into land at the moment. Let me just get that quickly for you. It could be a training aircraft coming here, or it could be something else. Hang on, because I did have my eye on a couple of things that were coming here. So let's see what we got. Now, I've been busy doing some drawing yesterday for you, and something that you might find quite interesting, which I didn't really get to tell you. This looks like a DA2 Diamond. If it is, then this looks like a prefect that's had a lot of sugar. Nice. I'm not sure if it's from Diamond itself. They do the calibrating for here, by the way, so we may even see some calibration. I don't know just yet, don't know all the details. But back to our Typhoon. We were just talking about the Pirate IRST. That's the this system here. It's like it looks like a dome CCTV camera. It's kind of one, but it's actually the Eurofighter Pirate IRST. That's infrared search and track. It's basically a heat detector. It's got around 4. Oh, Empire Test Pilot School, Boston down. Nice. There we go. Thanks a lot for that, Perry. Yeah, so the IRST basically can, it's like a heat detector, another form of battlefield detection for us, almost like a seek and destroy. So it's looking for heat off an aircraft's skin, either through, which is why I said it's really important. Drag can create some sort of heat with friction and other hot parts it can detect from engines, etc. So you've got that as well. So underneath, just under here, so we're going to go from nose to nozzle. I like that, nose to nozzle. Under here, yeah, I'd have to really modify this if I was going to do it. You've got, you'll see when the covers are on, it's 2 semicircle or bits of a circle, maybe a quarter of a circle, 2 red covers that go on here. They're to protect the ADPs, the aircraft data PTOs. And that sends info. It's like little triangles, like silver, like metal triangles. They send data to the 4 main computers. So each one or each line sends all the data to the vital part, the computer itself. So that's pretty cool. This here, that's your drogue and probe. So the probe sticks out. It's like the probe, the air-to-air refueling envelope here. These are 4 planes, these wings here. Let me just zoom out a little bit there. We're a little bit zoomed in too much, I think. Yeah, so these are called 4 planes on the Typhoon. They work simultaneously. They can be used for brake as well, like a speed brake. But it's because of the delta wing, and it's literally pretty much aerodynamically unstable, the delta wing 4-plane configuration. They can help pitch with they can actually adjust the angle of attack and do all sorts of funky things. I've had a look at some of the way the aerodynamics is affected and the way the flow. So you'll notice the Typhoon doesn't have any elevators. So normally you have the elevators like the Tornado and the F-35 and the F-15E Strike Eagle. Doesn't have any. So you have these, so they act as elevators as well. Underneath you've got the intakes. These are variable cowlings which control the amount of air. Now this scoopy diverter splitter bridge here, this is for the boundary layer. Now protecting your aircraft from boundary layer is extremely important. Basically air sticks once it's hit here and it creates drag, and you don't want 2 different pressures of air going all the way hitting the first part of your fan, your turbo fan, those compression blades that are spinning. If you imagine high and low pressure, different pressures of air can actually cause the engines to get damaged and cause fatigue to the engine. So to go away with that, and especially going supersonic speeds, this splitter bridge gets rid of that boundary layer. It's very clever. In fact, you'll see it on the F-16, which I've actually brought with me. It's an unfinished F-16. So I'll just show you an unfinished. So there's our F-16 there. You see that? Can you see the gap? That's like a splitter bridge. Look at that. Can you see that? The gap. So it's not touching the bottom part of the fuselage. It's like a splitter, a diverter for the boundary layer. They did actually have this connected and actually had like almost like the F-35 style bulge, but it just, I don't think they liked the look of it and got rid of it. So there we go. So that's what that is there. What else can we got? We got the BK 27mm Mauser cannon here. Air brake here. It sticks out. How does it work? Someone asked me, how does it work? Literally, even wheels sticking out creates drag. So this actually assists. Even down to a story that I can tell you about a Spitfire that lost about 25 miles per hour to 30 miles per hour. Do you know what it was to fix it? It wasn't the engine. It was rivets that were loose and bits of the cowling just sticking out, not riveted properly. And they got an extra 25 miles per hour out of it. Even air leaks can actually, you know, really affect performance. Okay, maybe not on a fighter jet itself, but maybe, of course, on something like a Spitfire, and anything sub 300 miles per hour will certainly feel a difference in performance. This here that's your RAM intake, heat exchanger intake, to cool down the engines when it's had a lot of excess reheats. Okay, so or afterburner, if you like. So during a Typhoon display, this will be really working hard. So you've got to cool down the engine's combustion where the reheats are. Generates a lot of heat, so you need to cool that down. So this is a RAM heat exchanger, an intake to cool down the engines where it's had excess use of afterburner. The good thing I like about this model as well, you can see where the flares come out as well. You've also got chaff dispensers here. Chaff is like bits of metal, which so you have different types. So you've got flares for heat-seeking missiles, so you can avoid that by using flares, and chaff is really for radar locking weapons as well. On this pylon here, this does your this actually sends out a Typhoon on a lanyard. Now, I actually thought it was a blow-up Typhoon, but it's not. It's just a piece of radar equipment, and it basically gives a message as though the Typhoon is somewhere else and not there. So another form of defense. You've also got this little smudge here that you see a lot on not just the Typhoon, but that's where the APU is, auxiliary power unit. It's basically soot that's just burnt off, but you can actually plug the Typhoon here and actually start it up. So perhaps on like a QRA aircraft will have those as well. Now the Typhoon is basically around 85% carbon composite, so basically a posh way of saying plastic. The canopy's made out of acrylic. There's titanium style alloy inside in the engines, but we'll talk about that in just a moment. The other thing I was going to say, so the left wing made in Italy, right wing made in Spain. The middle section of the fuselage, so let's say there, that's made in Germany, and the front section, all this part here, is made in the UK. And of course at the back you've got components from Italy and Britain, so Leonardo, BAE Systems, and as such. In this section here of basically the main fuselage, there's around about 30 kilometers of cable to deal with. So if you thought that your cable and wiring behind your TV is bad, well, try dealing with 30 kilos. There are 6 bolts that actually connect each wing as well. I can't remember off the top of my head. They're about 9-inch bolts that hold this all together, which is pretty cool, isn't it? Now, I've got a little bit of info for the Typhoon's engines as well. It does have 13 hard points in total, so the 13th, we'll call it the 13th. You can add 1 drop tank here, and the other 2, 1 on each wing. Oi, oi! So you got 6, 6, and 1. So you can designate 1 on each wing for another drop tank. So you can have 3 drop tanks, giving you 5 capability of 5 extra hard points for ordnance on each wing. By the way, the Typhoon's empty weight is 24,000 pounds. Start adding weight to it, start adding fuel and weight. Of course, it can't fly without any fuel, but the Typhoon's engines, they're the EJ200 engines, and they produce a whopping 20,000 pounds of thrust each. Now, you're probably thinking, okay, tell me more. But the thing is, it's the engine itself that's actually extremely clever. It can supercruise, so it's capable of going supersonic speeds without using reheat. So you want to do that to create a less profile heat from your reheats, which is why it's a very, very quick aircraft. Okay, now the max speed on a general Eurofighter is 2.0, Mach 2.0, that's twice the speed of sound, about 1600 miles per hour. But the Typhoon of the Royal Air Force have tuned it down to Mach 1.8. Now don't be fooled, just because they've toned down the max speed doesn't mean that it's not quick. It's very responsive and very quick on acceleration. Typhoon has a 8-stage compressor system, so 3-stage low pressure and 5-stage high pressure, with 1 HP turbine and a LP turbine. Now the good thing about the Typhoon, it compresses air to about 26 to 1. Now let me explain. Now I promised you another drawing. Now the Typhoon's got something special. Now, I've been telling you, this is the latest and greatest drawing. This is the first section. This is the fan itself when the air's going through. Now, remember about the boundary layer that I said how dangerous it is to have like high pressure air here, because this is spinning, and then low pressure. You can end up causing a lot of damage. Now, I have shown you what a compressor blade looks like, right? And they traditionally they're sort of wedged in. The Typhoon actually has what the actual blades are actually built in. They're a monolithic blade called blisks, and the thing is, they don't come off. They're not stuck on or you know, wedged in or anything. It's actually part of the compressor. Okay, so these are not loose. They don't move because there was an element of play on the engines that use the standard compressor blades that are actually wedged in. You can't actually buy one of these physically. It's the whole ring. It's one blade. It's one blisk system. So this is what the air first meet, and what it does, it starts to compress the air to a low pressure, okay, not to 26 times, but when it gets to the HPC, the high pressure compressor system, which has 5 of these. Now what you'll notice on an engine, a jet engine, it gets smaller and smaller. It compresses air 26 times to the atmospheric pressure. Now I've done a bit of homework. Now this is equivalent to a volume of a squash court to fit in a family car in just 1.5 seconds. Now I've always told you about, yeah, it's compressing air, but at what rate? It's shrinking and compressing air size of a squash court into a car in just 1.5 seconds. That's about 1.3 tons of air, or 352 meters cubed. Now at the back, again, I don't really talk about it, but at the back of the Typhoon's nozzles there are 12 fairing flaps, and these are controlled by hydraulics, okay? They don't sweep. It's a different mechanism. It doesn't use pneumatics or pneumatics, depending how you want to pronounce it. And they need to control the air. This is really important. You know, when we always love the sweep sound, of course, but nozzles are really important. They need to match the airflow, all right? Because if they don't, it can cause problems to the engine. The Typhoon has a self-surviving flame out system. If it flames out, the pilot probably won't even know. The Typhoon's just restarting it on its own. It's a very, very clever engine. There we go, a little bit of info on what we're about to actually enjoy. Whew. It's not the best weather in the world, but hey. I can see a pilot in the Typhoon at the back, which is nice, so we should enjoy that startup. Typhoon's bypass ratio, for those that like to know, is 0.4 to 1. So don't forget to do your pre-stream takeoff. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up, please, ladies and steady bears. Hit the like button. You've been cleared for a touch and go on the like button, and of course do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, and do marry that up with the notification bell button as well, just so you don't miss out on the latest and greatest live streams and videos. So I hope you enjoyed that. Hope you enjoyed the little talk and the info on the Typhoon, as we give you a little guided tour. Don't know if I missed anything, but that was certainly a different one for you to enjoy. The Typhoons are looking set to start up any second now. which will be all good. Any questions that you have, well, I'll do my best to answer them, but that's only when I can see them on the chat. So Karen Utting, Muzz, Alan Gates, Davey, Mark Moody, Andrew Farley, how you all doing? Chris Bloxer, Margot Baxter, Vienna, Alan Gates, Carl Burton, Stuart Skeggs, how you doing? Joshua Brown, Hayley Gilby, how you doing? Charlie Hamilton, how's it going? Hope we're all good and well. Nick Knox, thanks just then. I've just seen your gifting of 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Lots of support on the channel. Thanks a lot, Darren Hobson, and lots of new recruits, courtesy of Nick Knox. Looking forward to seeing you again at some point. So we're hoping to, at the moment, the runway, it's like been at Waddington now, wasn't it? So we should, at the moment, I'm hoping for runway 07, although I'm not sure if the runway is just open just yet. Probably is just now, but the runway caravan's situated at runway 07 at the moment, with the wind blasting right in the middle at the moment, but looks good at this precise minute for 07, but we'll see. It could be some interesting landings for if we get any heavies departing today, or landing, sorry. Right, here we go. Should have some startups coming up for you. So for those that just caught the training there of the engine, I'll just show you what goes on. This is my generic engine. For those that are new to the show, welcome. So as you know, the intakes that we showed you, the air goes in, and on the Typhoon it's got, like we said, it's got 3 compressors. It's got a 3-stage compressor, but they're a monolithic molded they're made of titanium. It's a titanium type of alloy, by the way. Now, as I explained, it's got a 5-stage high pressure compressor. So as I said, 26 times, and what you'll find, to compress the air, it squishes it. Why do we need to do that? Because compressed air, 2 things. One, you're getting more air than what there actually is, so to speak. You're actually compressing it. All you need to do is think of the scuba divers with their oxygen tanks, or the advert that claims 1.5 litre carton of orange juice has about 5,000 oranges in it. But there you go. But it's a lot more combustible, so if you're pumping your tyres or pumping a football, you'll notice it gets really hot, so it's easy to combust. And what you're getting here is basically a size of a squash court into a size of a car. So 26 meters cubed is now 1 meter cubed. That is impressive. So that's the compressor stage. As the compressed air goes in, it's now going to get mixed with fuel. Okay, so it's got these spray nozzles on the Typhoon, the combustion chamber, and what happens when that ignites and you know, and causes the kinetic energy and causes it to combust, hence the combustion chamber. This actually turns the turbines. Now there's a high pressure and a low pressure. The Typhoon has 1 HP and 1 LP, high pressure, low pressure. And what that does, the high pressure turns with that kinetic energy, actually starts spinning the high pressure compressor, and then the low pressure turbine is actually spinning the low pressure compressor. So it's really clever. Now, if we weren't to have this part here, this would be a standard jet engine like your Boeing 747, for example. However, what happens here then? Now, on the Typhoons after or reheat section, it's massive. It's actually quite big. Now, the really cool thing, you need to understand what it's called: afterburner reheat. You're reheating something, you're burning something after. So what happens here is it has its own combustion chamber, or shall we say a chamber for the afterburner or the reheats. They're the same thing, by the way, they're just called different things in different air forces and different countries. Right, so remember, we've got very economical air here that's compressed and ignited, and it's causing thrust. By the way, what I didn't tell you, that's what makes an aircraft actually move forward. All right, that's what's making thrust. So to create afterburner, it's got these fuel blades here inside. Really, really pretty little pattern there now inside the Typhoon. Now, what you're doing here, you're actually just bleeding out, like, you know, just good old fuel in hot gases. You haven't got your economical compressed air here anymore. So this is why it burns a lot of fuel. The fuel consumption goes 3 times more. So if you were pushing out 3,000 litres per hour, you're now banging out 9,000 litres per hour, which is why you can get up to about 30%, maybe 40% more power, and that's what causes the afterburner. You'll see the shock diamonds. These are literally these diamonds, these rings are actually you're basically seeing shock diamonds of supersonic speeds of it combusting here. It's pretty impressive, very impressive. Anyway, got away with that one. Nothing happened while I was explaining that. I was worried we were going to hear the start up there, but never mind, that's fine. Here we go, so it should be on cue. More Martin Hamlin, how you doing? Stuart Skeggs, Jenny B, Alan Clark, Blocks, Hayley Gilby, Alan Gates, how you doing? Mark, is it Mike? Where are we? Felipe Alves, thank you. All you every man. This man is a cameraman, historian, artist and engineer all in one. Thank you very much. Nature's Child, yes, I have done a sweep. Not much to it. It's literally, I can explain here with this. I can literally just explain the sweep for those that hear the sound of the sweep. Okay, so we need to go, let's have a look. Probably there's some mechanisms here, right? So these are controlled, the actual nozzles, or the fairing flaps, as they call it on the Typhoon, or is it turkey feathers or petals on the F-15. Now that sweep sound is not just for the F-15, it's actually any engines that have the Pratt & Whitney F100 family, okay, because they use air to move these. On the Typhoon, the nozzles at the back move with hydraulics, and they move in relation to the amount of flow, amount of thrust, the amount of flow, the airflow coming out, the amount of thrust. All right, it's got to match it, otherwise it could cause damage to the engine. There is another method. There is what's called, let's pretend this is it here. This is called a senk on the F-15. Right, it's called a senk, which is the conversion exhaust nozzle. Hang on, conversion exhaust nozzle control. All right, senk, conversion exhaust nozzle control, and it basically, what happens from here, there's actuators that actually push air to move these. I think they're supersonic, which makes that sound. All right, I think that the speed in which the air, so this is what you call pneumatic or pneumatic, as it's pushing the air, and it makes the wheep 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 as it's pushing the air through. So it's actually air making that noise, okay? On the Pratt & Whitney's F100-229 or the F16 or the F15, some of them, if they've got the Pratt & Whitney engine, the F100, they will make that sweep sound. It's literally the air controlled by the senk, pushing the air through the actuators to control the opening and closing of those nozzles. I do have a diagram, but I could just show you that just to give you an idea. You're all welcome. If you've got any other questions, go for it now before the action starts. You're looking at a base and place that was built in 1940, in November to be exact, 4th of November 1940. It wasn't until February though, in 1941, that we had our first residents. It was that 106 Squadron that arrived. Actually, as we're talking about all these wonderful aircraft, I'll show you them first. So 1941, this was the very first, February 1941, the Handley Page Hampden bomber. This is what we had, with 4,000 pound payload and a couple of Pegasus engines rated at 1,000 horsepower. There we go. You can even stick a torpedo or mines in there. And crew of 4, did have some guns. And this is what we started off with here at Coningsby, with one of these. I know, look at it. Handley Page Hampden, but we'll talk about that later. So they will do regular chute landings, and they can be packed and reused several times. Uncle Plane Guy, we do actually have a video of a Typhoon doing a quick climb. I have one. I've only ever seen it once, and we do have one, which is quite funny because I was literally talking to someone on that day and they did a quick climb. It was pretty impressive. It's in the archives. skies are just clearing up just a little bit. I'm hoping for a nicer day than what it's suggesting. Martin, no problem, mate. You're welcome, no problem at all. Brian Wood, how you doing? Thanks a lot, Brian. Brian Wood, how you doing? Andrew Wright, how's it all going? Joshua Brown, Afro Alby, Stevie Boy, how's it going? Suzanne Tilsnut, Davey, how you doing? All yoy to you. So, yeah, we're back on normal ops. And don't forget, while we're here, ladies, gentlemen, don't forget, we are in the official spotters car park. There are housekeeping rules, of course. Please stick to them. If the car park is full, please don't attempt to park outside. There are double yellow lines. There is a car park in the town. It's just £2 a day, and then you can just walk up to here and get yourself some lunch and food and stuff. But there is a burger van here, Steve's Burger Van. Do check it out. There are bins provided as well, so please use them. There's about 8 of them, and they're quite heavy duty ones actually. I do like that. I do like that. But more on the housekeeping, please, if you are crossing the road, do take care. Please don't touch the fence and rest your ladders on the fence in any way. Please certainly don't climb it. Now, this is a big thing. Please do not park your car here. Absolutely not. Do not block the crash gate. There's plenty of signs there to inform you that this is a crash gate. Many people may not know what a crash gate is. Should in an event of an emergency, rescue vehicles will just smash through that, hence crash gate. Okay, you cannot be that person and must not be that person. You will be asked to move on immediately. The other thing as well, again, there are posts by the Royal Air Force on social media. Please do not stand at the red and white fence. It is an absolute no. You see where the fence is there? That's fine. There's a man there, look, posing, look, just to show my example. But not at the red and white fence. It's there for your safety. And you know, if an air is there for jet blast, hence they control and manage the vehicles with this, the lights, to stop traffic. It can and will damage vehicles and your hearing and your health. If they're coming into land and they get it a little bit wrong, trust me, that's going to end your trip. Again, please don't stand in this field here where the approach lights are. This is private and MOD ground as well. All right, so please, under no circumstances. Movement of the day. So we've got 2 Typhoons, and like I said, the main thing is that you do things right and have fun. Mainly, you know, that's the ultimate goal here, is to have fun. There are no times. You just turn up and hope for the best. Spend as little or as long as you want. Again, there's no camping here, no overnight stay in the car park, so please don't do that. There is a campsite. There are actually quite a few campsites. There's Vulcan Rest, there's Tattershall, and then other campsites further to my right as well. There's other places to camp and enjoy. The MOD police have just gone past them now. we go, our first departures for the show. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, ladies and teddy bears. Hope you're all having a good time. Engines both together 40,000 pounds of thrust each. Fully loaded, fully fueled. The Typhoon has a ratio. If you divide the thrust of 40,000 divided by the fully loaded, fully fueled, it's 1:1. Okay, so if the Typhoon wasn't fully loaded but fully fueled, it will have a greater than 1:1 thrust to weight ratio. What does this mean? Well, from when the Typhoon was just at the runway, which was lined up and waiting, from brakes release in 8 seconds, it can get speeds depending on the pilot at 185 miles per hour. 8 seconds from releasing those brakes, it can pull up 50 to 60 into a straight vertical climb. But here's the difference: it can actually accelerate vertically. So similar performance to the English Electric Lightning. 22 seconds after it's just pulled up like that, so 30 seconds, it can go supersonic if cleared. All right, this is the thing. So 24,000 pounds is its empty weight. Stick 10,000 pounds of fuel if you want to. You're still way below one. You're way higher than a 1:1 thrust to weight ratio. Aircraft that don't have that matched thrust to weight ratio need to get speed behind them. They need to do a bit of physics here and actually have a greater force of velocity than gravity to get up there quickly. So when we go to Lakenheath, we see them go about 385 miles per hour. They've already got that speed, so when they pull up, they're able to go into a vertical climb like that. It's all to do with weight. So if you start putting more weight on the Typhoon now on this aircraft, if you were to take away the drop tanks, yes, it will be slightly quicker. If you start to load it up, if you put 50% of fuel, brilliant. In fact, it's not an unusual thing to have on a mission to have 50% of fuel. I do get asked, I've been asked this before, why has the Typhoon just taken off and gone to refuel straight away? Because you want to be 100% when you're going on your sortie or mission. So what you can do is put 50% of fuel so it can get up quick, get to that altitude quick, go straight to the tanker and fill it up. pilot that gets that airborne. Don't forget all the work that's put in on the ground by all the crew involved in that. It's all the armourers, technicians, mechanics, everything that goes into making a wonderful team, the Royal Air Force, a wonderful family, the Royal Air Force. This is a quick reaction alert station. We have 2 in Britain. We have 1 here, of course. This is QRA South, number 2, Coningsby. And also we have QRA Station number 1, North at Lossiemouth. Quick reaction alert is what it stands for. And what does that mean? It means not only a pilot is on standby 24/7, but also the ground crew that go with it. Okay, so they are on standby as well. We always think pilot for QRA, but there's also a ground crew team that are on QRA on standby. And if that alarm gets raised, they will go out with whatever they're wearing, the ground crew. I've heard some wonderful, colourful stories from Helen Seymour of ground crew just running in whatever they had on. And yeah, and although fun in some ways, of course, the serious nature of it, but there we go. Very interesting. But again, when you think about the QRA stations, we can go a lot further. But don't forget, RAF Bryce Norton also scramble a Voyager should they need to extend the endurance. And also there's Bulmer, Swanwick and High Wycombe that are the eyes in the skies for all of this. They're the one, you know, they're the ones that coordinate and you know, establish a potential threat or a threat and make that call. So air-to-air refueling can take around 10 minutes. It's not long. In fact, maybe less, about 6 to 10 minutes, depending on how much drink they need. Alex Spinks, how you doing? Long time. Argan, Claire Bear, Margot, Jenny B, Mark Moody, how you doing? Charlie, how's it going? Anasaurus Rex, Dave Holloway, Avro Al, good to see you on there. Aspen, how you doing? Hope you're good. Wee Stevie boy. Dieter, how you doing? Dieter Gikeri, how you doing? Ellie J Approach, how you doing as well? Enjoy the sounds. And there has been, by the way, although we've got the Voyager, there was a demonstration of a Typhoon being refueled by an A400. I think that was in the German Air Force A400, which carried out a successful air-to-air refuel. And the Typhoon uses the Drogan probe. I think it was RAF Typhoon got refueled by a German Air Force A400. I'm pretty sure that's actually happened. I mean, air-to-air refueling, like I mentioned during the wing walkers, has been a thing since the early 20s. Concept that has been pioneered from air-to-air refueling biplanes with an aviator that's tied up with a jerry can, just filling up a fellow biplane. It was a gravity hose that was used on the de Havilland DH-4B aircraft. And if you imagine 2 biplanes in the skies and a gravity hose, and now look what we've got. Amazing. I mean, if you think about the Black Buck raid, how important that the air-to-air refueling was for that, an absolute marvel. You know, we're talking about 7,500 mile trip involving 30, you could say, including the reserve, 13 Victors, which is incredible, organised into 3 groups. RAF Bryce Norton's 10 and 101 Squadron that are based at RAF Bryce Norton take care of that. The Voyager can carry up to 111 tons of fuel, and it's basically the mainstay of RAF exercises and operations. Welcome to TED HQ. Morning, buddy, all right? So yeah, welcome everyone to the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome to TED HQ, currently in use. It's runway 07 currently. I say that, the wind is obviously subject to change. Nature does its thing. And you're tuned into your favourite channel, the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome everyone. So we've got a few Typhoons just getting ready. Typhoons don't need much of a runway, as you've seen. Someone's asked about the landing. For some reason about 1,600 feet rings a bell, but don't quote me, I need to check that. I don't know why I've got 1,600 feet to... That's like typically, but I'm not sure if it can do it less. But on a typical, it's about 1,600 feet, I think it is. Takeoff doesn't need a lot either. Probably about the same. I mean, it depending on how far the arrestor cable is, it's before that. So just trying to have a look now. It's at what, 1,000 and a bit feet? 1,000 and a bit feet. That's very precise, Nikos. So I'm gonna go. I think it's less than that actually, because it's before the arrestor cable. So I'm gonna go with about 900 feet, 950. for takeoff, if that, 300 meters. Whatever it is, it's just 8 seconds it is to rotate like that. Max speed 2,495 kilometers an hour. It can do Mach 1.25 at sea level as well, which is amazing. So the one on the right, that's the family version. That's a 2-seater, a T3. Wonka, how you doing? Hope you're good. Wonka 007, good to see you on here, man. Hope to see you soon as well. Yeah, I'm just trying to work it out. There we go, there's a startup coming up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's less than 1,000 feet, and it's around the 900 mark for the Typhoons PTO departure. The only one I do know precise is 8 seconds. Typhoon arrived here on May the 19th, 2005, and it was number 17 squadron that brought the Typhoon here. They were actually training in at Walton Aerodrome, number 17. They're still around today, but they're in Edwards Air Force Base in America. They're the test and evaluation squadron for the F-35B. Now, it's not unusual to see fuel venting out of the tail on the top. It's quite normal. You can see it sometimes on departure and during negative G maneuvers. This is actually quite normal, and it's a good thing that it does it to prevent starvation of fuel to the engines with being negative G. So on startup, if the Typhoon's fuel is, does expand on startup, all the pumps are working and pushes the fuel out, so that there's no sort of like potential, sort of like trapped air, so to speak, because the fuel expands inside as it heats up. Not heat up, but you know what I mean, it expands, so you don't want any sort of trapped air because it will starve the engine and cause problems. How are we all doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to hit the like. Let's go and let's ride. Alfie Patterson, how you doing? Martin Hamlin, Margot, Shane, Davey, Aspen, hope we're all good. Mark Dudley, Mark Moody, how you doing, man? Alan Gates, Shane Davis, hope we're all well. Good. Alfie Patterson's first time and loving it. Well done. Enjoy. Again, if you're new to this, you will get days where you see nothing. It's the way it is. It's military aviation potluck, and it should be that way. It should stay that way. It's the way it is. Cohen and Nick Banayodou, how you doing? Hope you're good. Absolutely, Alfie. Just wait for them to catch me when I come down. We do finish around 1500 as well, so again, another good time to come and see us when we finished up. Triple Nick, how you doing? Getting the TEDs out, loving it. Lorraine, how you doing? Hope you're good. Jenny B, Davey, how you doing? Matt Clark. Jojo, how you doing? Davey, Adi, oi oi to you. Not the warmest of days, but we've had a good run of some warm weather lately. not long now for our departures coming up. So this is the main ASP, aircraft servicing platform. Is the jumper coming on? Yeah, it's not as warm as we've had it in the last few weeks, but there we go. That's the way it is. Cool. AD Corsa, how you doing? David Smart, oi oi. Hope we're all good. Angela Farley, how you doing? Hope you're good. Yeah, so this is the main ASP, aircraft servicing platform. Pilots just call it the main. Now they're all doing their pre-taxi checks. The pilot would have done a visual external inspection first of all to check for any loose ordnance, any leaks, and as the pilot makes their way to the cockpit they can look at the back. They need to do the ejection seat checks as well, back of the canopy checks, and then it's a case of removing the heads-up display cover. They get to remove that. Sounds good. Thanks, Pete. Legend. Pete's here as well. Oi, oi. So yeah, we'll be starting to head north from next month. Got Lossiemouth, Lake District, Valley, Leeming, and the Mac Loop as well to fit in. I know, can't wait for that. It's been one of those. It's been one of those years where it's been action-packed. Really, there's been a lot going on. Not the best skies in the world at the moment. It's a bit of a bit grey and dingy, but hey, nevertheless, it's dry for now. Oh yeah. So yeah, lots of places. Looks like we're doing Mildenhall tomorrow, so I'll get that up, and then of course we're at Lake Heath on Friday to finish up the week. A shorter week, but we were flat out last week to bring you a last minute Eastbourne adventures. And of course, we've got a few more specials coming up as well, but I won't spoil it too much, but just to give you an idea of what we got coming up. Got a Halloween special, I think. I'm just thinking about a Christmas special as well for you. For those that tuned in and for those that went to Eastbourne, I hope you all had a great time. Hope you enjoyed it. It was certainly enjoyable, and stunning views as well. Really enjoyed that. Simon G, thank you so much for your kindness there and generosity. Thank you very much. There will be a Guards March from Teddy. Hope to see you soon. And good to hear your injuries getting better. Dougie Penman as well, thanks a lot for your support for 23 months. And we've still got tickets to our TAT 3.0. We've still got tickets to our end of year party. It's a really great place to be, really is. Don't miss out. There's, I think, about 25 tickets left, and please make sure you get your tickets and don't miss out with VIPs, hopefully. I can't guarantee it, but hopefully. Buffet, charity auction, charity raffle. Do make sure you come. It's at the Petwood, not far from here, at the Petwood Hotel, where we've done it the last 2 occasions. That's coming up 30th of November this year at the Petwood. Yeah, so has anyone got the link on there? Let me just let me forward you the link to the TED party. Let me get that for you. Ticket source. Let me just get them for you. Let me just log in. I'll get you the link on that. Oh, I tell a lie, there are only 15 left. 1-5. Wow, where did they come from? Goodness me, only 15. 10 went since the last time I said that. Let me just get you the link. I knew it would be the case. Okay, here we go. Let me just pop that on there for you. Doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Hope we're all good. Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. So from 29 Squadron, we've seen it before when a student pilot is ready to operate the Typhoon, the first thing they'll do is not take off. They will do a few taxi circuits. Not saying this is the case today, but this is what can be expected, and we've seen it on a few occasions on our show. So it could be various training, could also be training for the ground crew ATC as well, for some new recruits. Could be anything like that. Again, not stating that this is the case, but you can get, and we have seen this happen. A little bit different though to this. Normally they'd go to a taxi holding point and turn round, so which kind of indicates it's probably not, but nevertheless, that's all right, man. See ya. Well, I hope you're all enjoying the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears. And of course, don't forget to support the channel by hitting the like button, and do join us by subscribing. And you can also think about Ted Coningsby membership as well if you want to support the channel and help fund the channel and keep it going, keep it flowing. Oh man, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, buddy. Thank you. Then of course, by all means, do check out our membership. It does help the channel. It does feed the van with fuel. Keep the gas, keep it going, keep it flowing, and keeping it serviceable, so I can bring you a variety of locations. really don't, I'm afraid, sorry. Sounds like 41 Squadron making some noise. So you'll get some squadrons of the Royal Air Force using Roman numerals. It's of no significance other than just pure tradition. There's no indication in the history of using, even choosing the Latin for mottos. There wasn't really it wasn't really, you know, subject to a rule that you had to use it. It was just something that that was used in that method.
Test and Evaluation Squadron, 41 Squadron, seek and destroy. Sporting the Saint Omer cross. this does hold the record for the amount of performance takeoffs. Let's see if it's still going to carry on that tradition. ZK379. Here we go, it's time to ride. Be a short-lived PTO.
Lovely.
You are almost guaranteed to see reheats on ZK379. Never lets you down. It just goes for it. Why not? Nice.
It's nice to see some reheats. Always makes you warmed up in this pretty bitter weather today, but there we go. All is good. I hope you're enjoying the show. Non-stop boon action today, isn't it? More. Just pop this over it. Doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good and enjoying the show. If you enjoy what you see, give us a thumbs up, ladies, gents, teddy bears.
you've been cleared for a touch and go. I think you've got about 50% forgotten to hit the like button. It's free to do so. Don't be shy. You know how it is. It's part of your pre-flight checklist. The like button, subscribe, share if you can as well. Notification bell button. You know how it is. And just quickly as well, nice one for all of you who have got your Ted Coningsby's International Air Tattoo 3.0, because we've only got 5 tickets left, 15. Amazing. Keep an eye on the foreplanes if you can. Watch the precise movement as it rotates. Lovely departures from Coningsby's 41 Squadron. You know it is. Hope you're enjoying the show. It's been a very busy RAF Coningsby at the moment. Yeah, absolutely, Mike Child, that's a very good point, because I actually prefer the reheats or afterburners in grey sky. It just looks a little bit more pungent, a little bit more fruity, if that's even if that can even be used in that context. Check for our arrival, see if we've got anything on ADSB that may indicate an arrival, but no worries. I might go and just grab a quick cup of tea if I may. See ya.
running we've had, right? Absolutely amazing, isn't it? Now then, you know, you all know I love my books, right? This is my latest, and it's brilliant. This book here, this British Airfield Buildings, and it's brilliant because there's some really interesting stuff. Again, the myth busting of the hangars only being 100 foot is no, absolutely not. I mean, look at this. Look, I don't know if you can see these figures. These are the width. A C hangar's 150 feet wide, A 120, D 150, J and K 151, and an LF style, sorry, an L or E style 160 feet wide. So this is again more myth busting, brought to you by the Ted Coningsby channel. And that one's a D. The ones behind me look like D hangars. So they are 150 feet wide. So, you know, and some of these are like from the realms of World War II. I did come across the A hangar. Do you recognise this? Yeah, here you go. At what stream? Where do we go to show you this style? The A hangar. Look at these original. There's one base that we cover that's got these hangars, and it's an original. This one has got RAF Catfoss, but the one we cover at RAF Mildenhall. So if we go to our little trusty little guide, the A hangars were 120 feet, so we could easily have a Stirling, Lancaster, Halifax, and and bigger. Amazing, isn't it? Nah, it is. It's a really good little book. You know me and my books there and all. 150 foot wide is 300 TEDs. So if TED is 16 centimeters, if you want to go with that. Yeah, it's been a good one so far. Hope you've all enjoyed it. And I don't know how I'm going to fit in the history, because there's about 1 billion aircraft that are due to come back. So that's correct, 1 billion, not a million, but billion, which means a million. So what's that? 16 then in TED language. A million. Cool. A million is 4, by the way, in the Ted Coningsby exaggeration vocab. But there we go. That all stems from an absolutely wonderful memory from the Lake District. So dare I talk history, because like I said, there's a lot to come back. Will be good. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Oh. It's a little bit breezy. Ted, you're right, mate. Yeah, gonna be okay there, mate. Goodness me. Not the nicest of weather, but hey, we're still going. David Boardman, high five to David Boardman for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. A Guards March, thanks for your support. Simon Watchorn, congratulations on reaching a 2-year milestone. It's put 2 fantastic years of membership have flown by, so many happy memories and new experiences, so much knowledge learned and so many new friends made. All of this is as a result of the amazing channel community. Thank you very much, Guards March, and thanks for your Fighter Squadron membership and of course being part of our Spanner Flight. Arjen also with the Spanner Flight crew with 30 months membership. Thanks for a fantastic Eastbourne weekend. You're welcome. Guards March and Mark H, member for 16 months. Keep up the great work. Guards March. Jojo with 16 months. Love this channel. Keeps me smiling. Clive Bruce with 29 months. Thank you very much for your 29 months. Oi oi. Hanosaurus Rex with 9 months as well. Yeah, thank you very much. Oi oi! Big shout to the crew there. Angela Farley with 15 months membership. It's going quick. Thanks Ted and Nikos for the streams. Paul C with 15 months. Oi oi! Thank you very much, Paul C. Andrew Farley with 14 months. Thanks for the great streams. Margot with 31 months, part of our Spanner Flight and Fighter Squadron. Everyone for your help, support, fun and company on Ted's channel. What a journey. Dylan Cobb, congratulations on your first year. Nice one. Thanks Nikos, Ted Coningsby for my year with the TCS. A Guards March. David Finch, 17 months membership, Guards March. Margot, thank you very much for the super chat. A Guards March to you. Thank you everyone for being here with Ted. Andrew Wright, thank you very much. High five and a Guards March for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Hanosaurus Rex, high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And also a high five to Jojo, Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Darren Hobson, who's put it just keeps getting better every month. With Darren Hobson celebrating 25 months of membership. Nice one. Thank you very much. Nick Knox, high five and a paw pump. Guards March to Nick Knox for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Jenny B, thank you very much for 16 months membership. Happy 16 months. Simon Hedges, member for 2 months. Hanosaurus Rex, high five and a Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Ted, you're right with that. It's a bit windy, isn't it, mate? Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March. Alex Binks, oi oi, been a while. Haven't got much free time anymore, sadly, but I'm hoping I'm still popping in every now and again. 110k, wow, amazing work, Nikos and Ted. Thank you very much, Alex, for your 27 months. Andrew Wright, high five. Thanks for upgrading to the Posh Officers Club. Simon G, a high five and a cool pump for that very generous super chat. Oi oi everyone, Nikos, Claire Bear, thanks all for the air show coverage. Great camera work as usual. Hope to see you soon. My injury's finally getting better. And that's for Simon G. We'll give you a salute for that. Very generous. And a fly past there from Ted. Thank you very much. Dougie Penman, member for 23 months. Thank you, Nikos, for bringing us the best military aviation and air shows on YouTube. Thank you very much. Jill D with 10 months, another fab month. Thanks, Nikos. Simon G, nice one, 29 months. Thanks for all your kind words. Wow, 29 months and counting. Thanks again, Simon. Mayor Marshy with 30 months and Spanner Flight Service as well. Glory everyone. Miles at last. Dr. Soda with 29 months and Spanner Flight coverage. Happy Wednesday, everyone. Hope you're all recovered from a fantastic weekend. Thanks for joining us today. Guards March. And Guards March to Paul Hennings. High five there for Paul for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Nice one. just going to check to see if there's anything coming in that I can see anyway. Nothing really that, nothing yet, so stay tuned. Stay tuned. Shout out to Nathaniel Talia Miller. Yeah, we got some serious gustage going on here. really bad at the minute, but hey, we're hanging in there. It's all good. We haven't had anything land yet apart from that DA2 Diamond. I think that's about it, isn't it? I don't recall a Typhoon coming in yet, but there we go. Sounds like a startup very faintly. Also got lots of careers. If you are thinking about an RAF career, there's plenty to choose from. If you don't like flying but like to keep things on the ground there and on, but you like a little bit of how do I say, well, first of all, we've got the ground crew there. There's various roles that you can do: mechanics, engineers, technicians, armourers. We've also got air traffic control, who manage everything. You can be a pilot, not just a fighter pilot. You can there's various aircraft out there, from Chinook to the Voyager to A400, C-17, Poseidon maybe. Maybe you want to fancy taking up the RAF Regiment or RAF Police on a more asset protection type of way to look at. So there's always that. Lots of RAF Regiment units that you can think about. You can even become a qualified flying instructor. There's careers at Swanwick, Bulmer, that kind of stuff to integrate your knowledge. Signals. Or there's other roles as well, from maintenance crews and everything else. This one's the AWCU there, Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. Now they are a private contractor, or how about this? You want to be a fire and rescue incident crew, medics. Maybe you can be like MedTed. Maybe you want to be a display pilot. So many careers to think about. There's air cadets as well here. There's plenty of air cadets around the area in Lincolnshire as well. If you want to get yourself started with the basics, go for it. That's the Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. Crucial component on any aerodrome, any airfield and its surroundings. Constantly trying to control wildlife. You're never going to obviously get rid of it. Nature's number one. Nature takes priority, but they will do what they can to at least control any potential collisions, from using different coloured flags, flares, to actually the vehicle, flashing the lights of the vehicle, playing the horn, playing pre-recorded distress, bird sounds, rifle, flare gun, anything. Also got now usually this is the this is the runway caravan, for those that don't know, and it's positioned at the end of the runway that's actually in use. So if this wasn't here, usually you'll see it down the other end, although we did have an incident once where we had two runway caravans because one was stuck.
I'm not sure how, but it was. But they're normally parked here at the touchdown end of the runway, close to the threshold. Their purpose, literally, they provide shelter, communications for an air traffic controller whose role is to visually inspect an approaching aircraft, and they provide radio or visual warnings of any issues on approaching aircraft to the pilot. Now, we've seen this before at Lossiemouth, and it could be done by radio, signal, light gun, or in the worst case scenario that we've seen, with a lush, uncontrollable flock of birds just outside the aerodrome, a pistol flare, which we've seen before. Now, they're usually equipped to provide the basics of air-to-ground communications between controller and pilot, and ground-to-ground communication, ATC for coordination. The caravan literally can come in all shapes and sizes. We call it a runway caravan. It looks more like a truck or a motorhome, but you can get them towed as well. You get towed versions. Basically, they're static, but they can be towed. They don't actually have a vehicle, you know, already integrated, shall we say. But it's really important that they're there. They coordinate with the caravan and the ATC together, and designed to literally an important aspect for a pilot if there's any event of runway changes. You will see them unplugging all the communications if they change runway, and the most we've seen is a runway change 3 times, and that was here at Coningsby. But needs must, communication is key, so you'll see the rover vehicle, as it's called, unplug it and you know, take it down the other runway. That's correct, Alfie. So yeah, we've had that before. It was a flock of geese, I think it was, or something of that nature, at RAF Lossiemouth, and it was 2 F-35Bs coming in they were coming in on initial, and it was from the runway caravan. They fired the emergency flare, and luckily there was no collision and it was avoided. The Airfield Wildlife Control Unit could also use falconry as well, which we've seen before. That's pretty cool to watch. They do external checks as well, the AWCU, in the interest of potential hazards that could arise. They don't deal with deers. Deers have to have a specialist, and also this is extremely rare, although they would need to call the council. But if there is, for some reason, which is extremely rare, if it is a bird of prey, of course they are protected, so they would need a specialist to carefully remove it. But when I say remove, I don't mean in a bad way. It's just a, you know, but they can actually be a deterrent as well. So it's one of those. So that's the Typhoon shut down there. So it's time. Okay, so we've got our first arrivals just coming now. Should be Typhoons just turning on final. Here they come. Sorry.
God, you can never stop running. You're a bunch of men.
Nice shot. There's our first two arrivals of the day.
Filling that up, aren't you, mate? There you go.
So our first two arrivals, and there'll be plenty more. Doing all right? Yeah. You okay? Yeah. Oh, nice one. Thank you. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, we only came off for 1 day.
Oh, cool. Well, enjoy. Enjoy. There's going to be plenty to come back yet, so enjoy.
I think there's a couple more just coming back now. So.
It's been Harry.
Yeah.
Here we go, another two ships coming up. What a smooth landing, salmon smooth as you'd expect. I'll get him for you. Ted's having a bit of a photo shoot at the moment. So yeah, the Typhoons' wonderful engines can also survive a flame out. They can restart. Now, I don't think the pilot needs to do a lot. It just restarts itself. Very clever, very intelligent engines. The EJ200 engine's been developed so that it can just restart. So it'd be extremely, absolutely extremely rare to even get 2 flame outs. I don't think that can even happen on a Typhoon. It's got an intelligent system. It's also got another question I do get asked a lot is about the Typhoon's maintenance. It's basically the way it operates is it's like an on-demand. It depends what it's been doing. There's no like set right after 1,000 hours. It's been made to go on for like 20 years, okay? But as far as actually doing any maintenance to it, it's more responsive to what's actually been, what it's been doing, shall we say. So it's called an on-condition. Okay, so it utilizes on-condition maintenance approach, meaning that it can be serviced on an actual usage rather than a fixed schedule. So this really allows for extended maintenance intervals, with some engines potentially reaching 2,000 flight hours without even a major overhaul. So it's a very, very clever engine. Very, very clever. It's pretty underrated, really, in that respect, if you don't know much about it. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator and historian as well. How we doing? As you can see, the jacket is on. It's just not the nicest of days, but hey, we're still going strong. But yeah, so Typhoon's clever EJ200 engines are just absolutely brilliant. So I was speaking to someone that actually works on them, and he was telling me some cool stuff about how it can reignite on a flame out. It's actually amazing. I was having a look at the blisks. So on the compression, on the compressor blades, they're not individual. It's actually one complete titanium alloy, which is like remarkable if you think about that context of how technology has improved and the benefits of having that. So I guess that would mean you know, having a flame out like that, or even a blowout, you know, it's probably very extremely minimal because of the design of it. So a superb engine in its own right. So hope you're enjoying the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears. My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator. And yeah, so it's not the best of weather, but hey, it's been a good day though, isn't it? It's been filled with lots of Foon action, and I hope you're all enjoying the show. So welcome back. We're back from Eastbourne, and you can hear horns, people shouting oi oi from the base, bless them. So much love to all of our RAF Coningsby personnel as well. We love what you do, and we love coming to see you work. And that work, my friends, is literally doing the same thing they were doing in 1940 during the Second World War, and that is in fact that sky there protecting it for us, whether you're on the ground or in the air or in between, because at the end of the day, ultimately the Royal Air Force, one unit, one sky. That's how it's all done. That is it, and that is the ultimate, you know, statement for an Air Force, isn't it? One unit, one sky. That's all it is in that respect as a whole, which is amazing. So I've always said, when you're walking somewhere to the park or going to the town with your mates or chilling out on the beach, just remember there's men and women 24 hours a day, regardless if it's Christmas or any type of holiday. Men and women waiting 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365, regardless of whatever day. They're on standby, and that's the way it is. And you know, we have here we've got, and also RAF Lossiemouth, and also at the Falklands as well. That also is kind of like a whole QRA in itself as well. So we've got 1435 flight with their 4 Typhoons, which I really want to go there. Someone asks me on here, any like dream locations, yeah, would be the Falklands. I'd love to go there and stream there. Come on, chill out with the penguins as well. All right. The Suffolk Cats here. Woo. Jenny B, EJ stands for Eurojet. It's an amalgamation of companies that make up Eurojet, Rolls-Royce being one of them. I think it dates as far back as Messerschmitt as well, because the concept of the Typhoon dates back to the 70s. But there's a lot to it. So you're going to have the EJ200 is also used in the Bloodhound LSR supersonic land speed record attempting car, by the way. Just thought I'd let you know that's what they stuck in there. But yeah, it's Eurojet Turbo GmbH, by the way, the actual manufacturer. But you're going to get, but it's owned by Rolls-Royce, MTU Aero Engines, Avio and ITP Aero. So it's an amalgamation. So you wouldn't be wrong in saying Rolls-Royce EJ200 in some ways, because they do play a major part in the engine itself and the manufacturing of it. So, right. Yeah, it's not this. It's all right, man. I'm used to it. For those that know me, I'm here. Rain, sleet, snow, all different kinds of rain. Rain that you can pick up, dry rain, whatever you want to call it. Storms, zappy, zappy, lightning strikes. You know how it is. All is good. So yeah, making its debut, so I thought I'd show you there you go, making its debut, my a Typhoon I made a few years ago, I put together. It's a 41 Squadron. It's got a lot more detail than my other model. This one's got the missile approach warning, a missile alert warning system there. It's got the fuel, the vent up the top, you can just about see there. There's loads of cool stuff on it. I think I've missed or it's come off at the light strip that goes there. It's not like glow in the dark or anything, it is controlled by light. You've got a nice detail of the air brake, got the pilot in there, you've got the IRST Pirate there, you can see that as well. Some good detail on the boundary layer diverter, again, which I've shown you before. You've got the grills of the Mauser cannon. What else have we got here that I can show you that's different? A nice the RAM heat exchanger intake there. You've also got the instrument cooling intake. It's like another intake just under here, look. This gets in air. It's like an air intake to cool down the instruments inside. You've got a little bit of I love doing this bit. I basically got a cotton bud, dipped it in a bit of black paint, and literally got it as dry as possible and just did a little smidge. So that's the APU area, the auxiliary power unit that we've got. Oh, hello. Oh dear, I don't think the cockpit was supposed to open up like that. Oh dear, we could have might need some extra glue. Claire, if you could get some glue for me, please, darling, thank you very much. Oh dear. Yeah, better be careful of that. So, and it is a bit windy. Oh yeah, it has come on. There you go, look. So that's how it, are you ready for this? Typhoon does actually have a horn. So I'm going to need some glue for that. So if you've got any super glue, anyone, please bring that on the show. It is a few years old, that mic. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da.
So yeah, for those that missed it this morning as well, I've got it. I've actually got a really good photo of Ted with the compressor, one of the compressor blades that I've got. That was something I drew, whipped up yesterday. The very first stage of the low pressure, the LP compressor system. So you can see the low pressure monolithic blades called blisks. So that these discs, they're not, the blades are not separate, they're not like teeth you can pick out. It sounds a bit wrong, but never mind. But it's actually one complete disc. All right, that's the first stage, free. And then that pressurizes and compresses the air to a certain amount, and then it meets another 5 of these, but they actually get narrower and narrower, the next 5 stage, which are called high pressure, and it compresses the air to 26 times the atmospheric pressure. So for example, if something was 26 meters cubed of air, it's now 1. So it's been squished 26 times. I hope that made sense. So what basically, yeah, so it's multiplied to the pressure of 26 times. Have I got that right, or is it 1 centimeter squared? Yeah, 1 meter squared is equivalent now to 26. I'm getting my wires crossed here. Did I? Yeah, I'd say that was right. Basically, a volume of a squash court can fit into a car in just 1.5 seconds. So 352 meters cubed of air is now into the size of a car, which is amazing. So I've often told you that it compresses air, but I never told you the speed in which it does it. So that's quite phenomenal, isn't it? Or shall we say, phenomenal. No, that is right, isn't it? 26 meters cubed and compressed it 26 times. It's now compressed, squeezed to just 1, even though it's still 26 meters cubed. It's now 1 meter cubed. I think, yeah, I'm getting my physics and maths wrong here. I don't know. I don't know, sorry.
It was quiet yesterday, wasn't it?
I wasn't here yesterday. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Lovely questions. I'll tell you what, since Eastbourne has been brilliant. Your questions have been amazing. Yes, bro. How you doing? Jenny B, that's correct. So bladed discs, blisks, as they call them. It's a titanium alloy. I've actually got the, the sort of like the, what's the word I'm looking for? More of a technical, scientific method of writing this alloy. You know, with all the letters, you know, with a few numbers thrown in. It doesn't make any sense to me, but that's what it is. Mick T, yeah, usually they got a high bypass. Fighter jets have a low bypass, so the Typhoons bypass is 0.4 to 1. Now what this means is
it's a lot more economical because it's utilizing all that air. However, with a higher bypass, I believe that makes it, this is way out of my league now, but I think that's what makes them quieter. Is that right? The higher the bypass ratio, I think it makes them a bit quieter. Is that correct? Might be wrong on that, but there you go. Chemical formula. Yeah, that's the one. That's what I was looking for. Thanks. Commercial alien. I was like, yeah, that's right. Yeah, sorry about the pilot there on my model. So Jay Davis, when they come into brake on initial, they will brake into downwind, which is just to my over there. That's downwind. So they'll come in if they're using runway 07. They'll come in. It depends if it's right hand or left hand, but they'll come in and brake into final and come round. Okay, if they're coming towards us if they were using runway 25, again over there is downwind, and they'll go this way into downwind, and then over there final gear down. And they must confirm that the gear is down on that. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, ladies, gents, teddy bears, packed with history, lots of history. So maybe if I talk history, we may get some more aircraft, right? But welcome to TED HQ, and it's England's second largest county, and during the Second World War it was nicknamed Bomber County, and there was as many as 46 military airfields with an average of 7 miles between them. So we've got Woodhall Spa about 5 miles that way. We've got Metheringham, Spilsby, Donholm Lodge. We've got Waddington, and you know, when you start to join them as close by together, then it becomes a bit more closer together. So on average they were about 7 miles apart, airfield from airfield to airfield. But before that, it was actually home to several airfields to defend against the Zeppelin raids during the First World War. So in essence it was actually a fighter county before it was a bomber county. Of course today it is really much about fighter county, but the fact that we didn't have an airfield as such right here during the First World War, but we did have in the surrounding county, there was many First World War airfields to take down, usually night fighters, to take down the Zeppelins. And there was around 300 military airfields that stood at the end of the First World War, and by 1924 there were just 27. So you can see the sort of, like, you know, how many were just sort of deactivated from then, and many of the airfields were recalled for expansion. And by 1935 military airfields began on the rise again, and the threat of another war was sadly a reality. And although very nearly the Hague didn't actually justify, and they wanted to ban aerial bombing. They wanted to ban it, they couldn't justify it. They thought, you know, just like with many things that are new to military aviation, but in the end it was given to the discretion, and in 1936 Bomber Command formed, along with Fighter Command and also Coastal Command as well. Grass runways were the basics. That was the best way you can get an airfield. Don't forget, you match your airfield by what you got. So if you've got you know, Spitfires and Hurricanes and light bombers, you don't really need a concrete runway. In fact, it wasn't invented yet. I mean, we had the likes of a real huge Handley Page Hayford, which kind of come out too late for its own good. A bit like the Lincoln. There was a few aircraft like that, the Gloucester Gladiator, the Hayford. I mean, it did its thing, but there you go. But the benefits of having a grass airfield, if you came under attack in your designated stretch of runway, shall we call it, there is a grass runway here actually. If it got under attack, there was always some piece of land, some stretch of land that a Spitfire or a Hurricane would be able to just use. I mean, we've seen those movies, you know, that sort of bird's eye shot of the, you know, the Spitfires taxiing around and the airfield's getting shot to bits, and the Spitfire manages to find a way. Light bombers too were suitable to grass runways, but there was a need for concrete hardened runways when the likes of the Lancaster and the Sterling bomber as well, and the Halifax, when they started to enter service and be introduced, it wasn't really suitable. And especially when, you know, we are naturally a wet, you know, quite the waterlogged airfield, we are quite a wet country really, usually, and you know, when you start getting heavy bombers trying to use the runways, then it's really not suitable, and it can do damage to the actual landing gear as well. So what they did in the end, because of the need of what they had and the need for hardened runways, any runways from December 1940 that were going to be commissioned to be built were going to be built with hardened Class A runways. What's a Class A runway? That triangular configuration, one main runway about 6,000 feet with two subsidiary smaller ones at about 4,000 feet. So that was the thing. And it was introduced as a requirement of airfields built after December 1940. So if they were in progress, then it was good old grass runways. But it depends though if they were allocating it to Bomber Command. And plans to build here, RAF Coningsby, that began in 1937, and it was on the 4th of November 1940 that it was ready to operate with its grass runway, and it operated under the Commander No. 5 Group, who actually started life at Mildenhall for 1 month, and in October 36 they moved to here up the road at Grantham at St Vincent's Hall. So the first residents to arrive and operate at Coningsby was on the 23rd of February 1941, and it was 106 Squadron Zulu November, their markings, so I like to add that in, who were operating the Handley Page bomber. Now, for those that don't know the Handley Page bomber, again, this is going to need a bit of glue. Yeah, definitely need a bit of glue. Oh, it's so windy. I don't even know if I can pull that off. Yeah, it's going to need a bit of glue. Sadly, one of my engines of my Bristol Pegasus engines come off, so we're going to need a bit of glue when I get back. Let's see if I can get that on. Should pop on for a little bit. I'll just quickly show you it. So this was the first ever bomber to operate, or at least aircraft to operate at Coningsby, the Handley Page Hampden bomber. Look at it, the Handley Page Hampden, ladies and steady bears. Look at it. Nicknamed the flying suitcase because of its 3-foot fuselage. I know, very narrow. If you thought it was narrow anyway in a bomber like a B-17, you know, if you felt claustrophobic in that, then this would really start to make you think. So this was around with the other twin-engine bombers, you know, the likes of the Whitworth Whitley and the Vickers Wellington. We also had the Bristol Blenheims that were out, but the HP 52, as this was designated first, here it is. You know, a light engine bomb, you know, twin-engine bomber with 1,000 horsepower of the Bristol Pegasus engines, and it could take 4,000 pounds of payload with that. And on the Mark 1 could reach speeds of around 247 miles per hour. Empty weight was about 12,764 pounds, so half the weight, half the empty weight of a Typhoon, by the way. That's a good one to throw in, isn't it? But the engines were radial piston engines, they were air-cooled, they were pretty good. You know, it can reach speeds 247 with a service ceiling of 19,000 feet, which is actually a lot higher than the short Sterling bomber. Now, the guns 303s had 3 to 5 Vickers K machine guns, 4,000 pounds of payload. The problem is, where the pilot sat, should the pilot get injured or worse, it was really almost impossible to get the pilot out, because you had to swivel the seat and move it to get, you know, if someone could fly it, then they could try to get the pilot out. But there we go, we've got to start somewhere. There we go, the Handley Page Hampden bomber, the first aircraft to operate at Coningsby. How cool is that, eh?
little bit, fortunately it's a little bit windy. So I'm trying to, I don't think I'm going to be able to show you the diagram of the next aircraft which came 2 months later. But never mind, we'll see what we can do. But it was on the 23rd of February 1941, 106 Squadron who came here, and their first mission at Coningsby, their first ever mission, came on the 1st into the 2nd of March 1941. 5 of their Hampdens took part in a raid over Hamburg, and the following night of completing that raid, they actually took off for another mission, a second mission. 106 Squadron took to the skies again for their second one, and that was on the night of the 3rd into the 4th of March 1941, and it was Coningsby's first ever loss. All 4 were shot down, and it was X3002 that failed to return. The first loss of Coningsby, with all 4 crew killed in action. On the 15th of March, 106 Squadron were joined, that sounded pretty cool, didn't it? But there is jet skis around here. 106 Squadron were joined by 97 Squadron, Oscar Foxtrot, their squadron code, and they were equipped with the, of course, the not so good Avro Manchester. However, the unreliability of the Manchester and the aircraft being grounded several times, 106 Squadron were usually on their own, and during the first few months 106 Squadron had the highest losses of Hampden squadrons before themselves converting to the doomed Manchester. Now I'll talk to you a little bit about the Manchester. With regular groundings of the Manchester, both squadrons in the end used the Hampdens. Now I'm going to show you, if I can, where the wind, I've got the wind's been pretty brutal at the minute. I'm going to show you the Manchester. Now you can buy one as a model, but they're about 97, 98 quid. They're a bit of an acquired taste, because it didn't even make the end of the war. However, it did turn up and evolve not only into the Avro Lancaster, evolved into the Avro Lincoln from the Lancaster, and then from the Lincoln you could say it evolved into the Shackleton in many ways. But you won't be wrong in thinking, hang on Nikos, this looks like a Lancaster with 2 engines. Well, actually it did. In fact, the Lancaster, as we know, was going to be called the Avro Manchester Mark III. This is what it looked like, the Manchester. I haven't got one to show you as in a model, but you kind of get the idea. The very first one had 3 tails on it. That was the Mark 1A, and then they got rid of the tail, that third central tail, and they made it into what looked like a Lancaster in the end, but with 2 engines. And the problem really wasn't the design, it was actually, the problem was with the engines. They were Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. Now, it's quite ironic because the power of them were rated on paper at 1760 horsepower. Now you're probably thinking, well hang on, the Merlin is 1300 horsepower thereabouts, on the Lancaster, the Rolls-Royce Merlin, but for some reason they were underpowered and they had all sorts of problems with them. Let me just put this somewhere safely before this literally takes off. So yeah, they were underpowered engines, or in fact they actually caused more problems than good. You see, what was happening with them, they were, at first they were rated at being quite powerful, but the problems were the actual bearings, the ball bearings inside the engines would actually start to heat up and make the engine catch fire, which would also cause a lot of problems, of course. And usually on the way back from a bombing mission, that the engine will start to catch fire. And there was also a lot of real bad play and feathering on the propellers. So what did they do? Well, Avro and Roy Chadwick, instead of trying to develop and try to fix the problem with the engines, they come up with another idea. Now by this time, during that time, we had a 4-engine bomber that was coming out. Now the 4-engine bomber was designed by R.J. Mitchell, for those that know, the main designer of Supermarine, and he designed a bomber called the Supermarine 317. It was going to be our first 4-engine bomber. It was going to go ahead, and the second option, which wasn't the favoured one, was actually the short Stirling bomber, which was at the time called the S-29. Now R.J. Mitchell thought about sticking some, I think it was Supermarine 318, was going to put in more powerful engines
into it. I think it was going to use like Hercules and a Rolls-Royce Merlin, but it was too powerful, so they kept it to the 317. Disaster struck when RJ Mitchell passed away, sadly, and then the two prototypes that were going to be developed actually were blown up because of a raid over the factory. So the go-ahead was then given with no option, just to give it to the Short brothers with their S29 Short Stirling. While that was going on, we also had the Handley Page Halifax that come out as a 4-engine bomber. All these companies trying to do their best to get a 4-engine bomber, get the contract, which means money. But of course, what Roy Chadwick did and his men at Avro, they decided to do something beautiful. The Avro Manchester was grounded several times, in fact didn't see the war in 1942, so back to the drawing board, and they developed what was going to be called as a prototype the Avro Manchester Mark III, which was a 4-engine bomber. What they did, they took the Manchester, they extended 6 foot either side wingspan, they stuck 4 new engines, which were the Merlin 20, rated at 1300 horsepower. The T-shape problem, well, they stuck a central one first. It was BT308, and it went to Waddington to sort of go under development with that was going to be operated by 44 Squadron. So they had that one, but then they thought, now let's do away with the central fin and actually increase, I think, the H by about 1.5 meters each side, I think it was, to make it 3 meters wider. The wingspan was 102 feet. There you go, ladies and teddy bears. It was DG595, the prototype, that got the go-ahead, and it was going to have another name. I can't remember what it was, but Avro Manchester Mark III, and there was something else, but I don't know how true that is. And then New Year's Eve, actually Christmas Eve, in 1940, 44 Squadron actually received, what a Christmas present, right? The Avro, they decided to call it the Avro Lancaster, which is where we are now, with our beautiful PA474 Survivor. But anyway, that's what happened to the Manchester. It saw no more service. However, here at Coningsby, they were still using it, and finding out it was causing a lot more trouble, that they decided to use the little tiddly Hampden. But anyway, April the 10th to the 11th, 1941, 106 Squadron was sent on a small raid to Dusseldorf, and 2 more Hampdens were lost by night fighters. The 8 men lay side by side in a Dutch cemetery where they were lost. And in July and August, 106 Squadron lost a total of 15 aircraft. In fact, 106 Squadron were getting a bit of a reputation. In fact, they had, statistically, the worst Hampden Squadron with losses. So that wasn't very good. More disaster struck, and it just kept seeing disaster after disaster. So actually having the Avro Manchester probably wasn't a bad idea. You see, it was all right, but then when your engines start to catch fire, it's not. Anyway, a true tradition, talk history, you get aircraft, 2 ship rolling in, here we go. Thank you.
It's in the van waiting for you.
Oh, okay, thanks. Cool. Sweet.
There's way more than 4 things.
down, used as a speed brake. Very clever. Going? Sorry? Yeah. No, I don't know, sorry. Oh, right, no, I don't know. Yeah, no, sorry. Oh, bless. Oh, thanks. Thank you. Welcome to the 10th Coningsby channel, hope we're good. So yeah, 106 Squadron weren't having the best time ever with the Hampdens, and of course 97 Squadron were having a better time with the Manchesters, and on the 8th of the 9th 1941, 97 Squadron took to the skies in their new aircraft on a night raid for the largest raid of the war by Bomber Command on Kiel. But the Manchester, as you know, was to have a series of problems. There was even a crash on takeoff here at Coningsby as well, and there was an incident as well that happened to a Hampden in 1941 in August. It was Hampden A193, piloted by Sergeant Leon, who was heading home from a raid over Duisburg. Now, the raid went fine, but on the way back they were met with some attacking fighters, and sadly the engines had a bit of an issue and cut out, so they had to take evasive action, and the action was to literally try to land it carefully in the North Sea. Now, they were about 40 miles out. They were by Texel, an island off Netherlands, and they managed to land successfully in the water and bailed out using they grabbed the dinghy, and they had to make makeshift paddles, oars, like using the harnesses, and they even made a sail out of their life jackets as well. But sadly, for 2 days in harsh rain, no one seen them. They were waving for help, and no one seen them. And then the next day, so they spent a total of 4 days out sea. They were in the blazing heat out in the North Sea. No one seen them. You know, enemy or friend, no one. There were apparently some planes that went past but didn't spot them until eventually they were washed ashore, but they were still just about alive, living on raw shellfish and completely dehydrated until fishermen found them, and they were basically turned to they became prisoners of war as they were arrested, but they did get medical treatment. Another incident as well happened on the 2nd of October 1941. Again, another 106 Squadron raid, AD 768, a raid over Karlsruhe near Frankfurt, and it was led by Sergeant Newby, who departed Coningsby at 1800. So as they departed for their raid, several Hampdens were en route to their target. Now, the weather started to turn for the worst and they couldn't see the targets, and what they were given 5 minutes away from their target, they were given a order to stand down and turn back for home. But Sergeant Newby, being just 5 minutes away, carried on with the raid and actually successfully deployed his bombs and destroyed the target. But it was on the way back that he was going to meet some rough time. He was met with ME-110s, and they totally attacked his Hampden, completely obliterating the navigation system, but they survived. It was a rocky road back, but they were kind of like over land, but they weren't sure whereabouts, and the land that they were about to bail out on was a neutral country, and it was Ireland. Now, it's something that we don't talk about that often, because it's something I only came across this story and never thought about Ireland during the Second World War. And well, they managed, all 4 of them survived. They bailed out the Hampdens because the Hampden, the engines cut out, so they had no option but to bail out. And well, they were interned, and they spent the rest of the Second World War pretty much in a prison or interned in Ireland. So that's what happens. That's what happened to them. Crazy, isn't it? I never thought about that. You know, there were other neutral countries as well, wasn't there? There was Switzerland and Sweden. I just never thought about the consequences. And I was reading some stories alike of both Luftwaffe pilots and Royal Air Force pilots trying to escape and try and help each other out. There was a story I was reading the other day about a Spitfire that was stuck in the bog over Ireland, and they were trying to like help a pilot get out, and I think it was a Luftwaffe pilot trying to help him escape to get out, which was like amazing stories, isn't it? You got to do what you got to do. It's when you are met face to face with your enemy, but then there is another enemy that's face to face with both of you. Oh, and it's not an enemy, sorry, that is the incorrect word, but what I'm saying is the fact that you got 2 enemies who are now trying to be friends because they're in a neutral zone. So that's probably the correct way to say it. So yeah, so apologize for that. That wasn't it came out wrong, but yeah, that was one of the problems that you faced if you were interned. So there you go. Now, with all the issues that Manchester were having, 106 Squadron converted to the Manchester themselves in early 1942, and then by 1942 in February, Coningsby satellite station RAF Woodhall Spa was complete with hardened runways, so it's about 5 miles that way. Now, I never knew that it was actually a satellite station to Coningsby. So what they did, because they were about to convert eventually to the Avro Lancaster, they built a station for Coningsby to use the Lancasters when they arrived, because Coningsby still had a grass runway and it was unsuitable for the Avro Lancaster. But when they did, they operated them out of Woodhall Spa. Now the thing is, they needed training, so what they did, they made a heavy conversion unit. They actually made like an operational conversion unit out of their squadron, so it was a heavy conversion unit. So 97 Squadron formed their own HCU heavy conversion unit to train them on the 4-engine bomber, and then obviously 106 Squadron did the same again. Eventually 97 Squadron moved to Woodhall Spa, and during bad weather as well, aircraft that was used from Woodhall Spa rather than Coningsby. So they utilised, it was almost like having 2 bases, a bit like Mildenhall and Lakenheath at the time during World War II. In the early stages of 1941, Mildenhall's satellite was indeed RAF Lakenheath. In 1942, 106 Squadron also was to have a new wing commander, aged just 23. It was indeed Wing Commander Guy Gibson who took command of the squadron, increasing the morale. Now, he did come back, he was serving with 29 Fighter Squadron. He actually got himself 4 aerial victories with the squadron. Now, although he was the youngest squadron CO of Bomber Command, he got himself back into flying ops. He didn't like paper jobs, he didn't like desk jobs or anything like that. He wanted to prove himself, and that he did. He got a lot of stick, I felt, from what I've read, for being 23, but you know what? That's the valor. That's what you. Yeah, that's it. And he got himself, and he flew lots of missions. He got himself back into flying ops with mine laying in the Baltics on the 22nd of April 1942, and then 3 more sorties in the Manchester during the following 3 weeks. He was a great commander and a pilot for the squadron, that he was highly recognised for his 18 night sorties. 6 of those were consecutive. So when you hear all these stories about you know, a crew going into combat in a bomber command, imagine doing that another 5 times. Amazing. And the squadron was improved, and the performance was noted by analysts of 5 Bomber Command and the Air Ministry, which I really think it was his involvement here that really gave him the sort of like, yeah, that's our guy for Squadron X. For those that don't know, Squadron X, the secret squadron to carry out the Dam Buster raid. Is that boot meant to be open? Someone let them know. 30th of May 1942, Coningsby's aircraft also took part in the 1000 bomber raid over Cologne, which were 3 night raids over the German cities. So it was sort of like a propaganda, we shall not be bullied kind of mission by Air Marshal Harris. So, oh, I think he's just realised the boot's open. So, oh, cool. So yeah, yeah, getting messages all over the place here. Yeah, the 1000 bomber raid, it was like, we're not going to be bullied, I want 1000 bombers. Although Arthur Harris didn't have 1000 bombers. He tried to ask Coastal Command, but that didn't go ahead. There was about 599 Vickers Wellingtons that were used, and even those in OTU were used, which... He said that if you were nearly completing your, if you nearly got your wings in Bomber Command and nearly fully qualified in your, in your bomber aircraft, fine, you've passed, come and join us. Literally, he got 1,046 bombers for this raid. About 40, I think it was about 47 or so were lost, which, if you put that into a ratio, this is actually quite good. So, Coningsby's runway was about to be transformed, and in mid 1942, 106 Squadron took their last mission before the closure of the base, before moving to Syerston, and Coningsby closed to have its runway upgraded, and eventually they made RAF Metheringham their new home. So you've got 97 Squadron that went to Woodhall Spa, and then you've got 106 Squadron that went to Syerston, and then eventually RAF Metheringham. So if you go to the Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre, do enjoy that. You can see a lot of history with 106 Squadron as well. So it was time for a transformation, and it was September 1942 that Coningsby closed its runway, and it didn't reopen until August 1943. But during that time, it was actually used by 5 Group Training School, 5 Group G Equipment School, and even Bomber Command's Field Cookery School took residence and made use of the facilities at Coningsby while the runways were being constructed. And in the spring of 1943, the first to use the runways was a very different unit. It was 1514 Beam Approach training flight with Avro Anson and the Airspeed Oxford. And the Beam Approach training was a bit like the ILS. It sends beams down the runway, and in poor visibility, this really does sound like ILS, but it was sending beams, and the pilot literally had to match up the beams. But they were helping pilots learn to land in poor visibility using the beam approach system. And finally, on the 21st of August 1943, Coningsby was back in Bomber Command operations, and it was the famous 617 Squadron that arrived here with the Lancaster bombers, a new gleaming runway with new aircraft for them. And 617 Squadron flew many raids from Coningsby and eventually swapped with 619 in January 1944. And it was RAF Scampton that you may have heard of. It's always got a connection with 617 Squadron, probably because of the Dam Buster raid, but it is in fact RAF Woodhall Spa, but they actually operated from the most. In fact, it was the Petwood Hotel that meant it was home to many of his officers as well. A 61 Squadron also made Coningsby its home as well, with the Manchester, and both 61 and 619 took to the skies in many raids as well from here. So we are getting to present day as well with that, and just a few more bits and pieces of history to go through until we kind of like get to the more modern times. Also, Mosquito started to operate here as well. Sadly, in September of 19th 1944, I think I can hear taxiing aircraft. It was the last time anyone ever seen Wing Commander Guy Gibson. The 5 Group were given a mission for a raid over Bremen. Now, he came here to Coningsby, didn't like the look of the Mosquito, and went to Woodhall Spa, and it was KB 267 of 657 Squadron that he actually took off from Woodhall Spa. Now, he was never seen again. His aircraft was spotted crashing at Steenbergen over Netherlands after the raid at 22:30, and the crew at Coningsby thought he'd landed at Woodhall Spa. Woodhall Spa thought, as he landed at Coningsby, no one knew where he was, but eventually the worst was a reality. Gibson flew 171 operational missions. He shot down 4 enemy aircraft during his time as a night fighter with 29. He was only 26 when he died. Right, we've got, I'm pretty sure we've got an aircraft taxi. There we go. Also during D-Day in June 1944, Coningsby's 97 Squadron took to the skies with 18 Lancasters. 4 failed to return. They became the first RAF losses of D-Day. Right, this sounds good. Here we go. Let's ride. Good day, isn't it? A very good shot. Furthermore, 97 and 83 squadrons also operated another new aircraft here, a development called the Avro Lincoln.
And there were Mosquito squadrons here as well that made Coningsby their home in 1946, 109 Squadron and also 139 Squadron as well. And the Boeing Washington arrived here as well in 1950. Now there was about 87 or so Boeing Washingtons that were leased to the Royal Air Force. Boeing Washingtons are basically B-29s. The Royal Air Force called them, designated them as the Boeing Washington Mark 1. And the likes of 15 Squadron went on to fly as well 3 years later here at Coningsby, the very first jet aircraft as well here in 1953. Squadrons 9, 12, 15 and 249 squadrons operated in 1953 here at Coningsby, putting Coningsby into the jet era. That's really interesting. I didn't bring the, because it was so windy, mind you, it would be alright really, wouldn't it? Let me go and get it for you, one sec. Yeah, so it was a bit of a funny one. I've been I won't go into too much detail because I'm still learning about it, but the RAF were doing a lot of modifications, and you've all heard of the 22,000-pounder Grand Slam, you know, that earth-shaking bomb, right? And they added it to, it's a shame I haven't got it, it's a bit windy today for it, but they started to modify. In fact, the modifications of the Lancaster dates back to the Dambuster raid as well. You know, modifying the, you know, taking off the top turret, and of course modifying the Lancaster to have the bouncing bombs, okay, underneath Barnes Wallace's amazing creation. But the development of adding heavier and heavier bombs is quite remarkable. If you ever see the Lancaster with Yankee Zulu, it's because it's still 617 Squadron, although they were Alpha Juliet normally. When operating those markings, it meant they were operating with the Grand Slam bomb. So that's quite fascinating. In fact, you know what? I'm going to show you the modifications. I'm going to go and show you it. Hang on, and it will make more sense. This is pretty interesting for Coningsby's Boeing Washington story, and obviously the Avro Lincoln, which is actually quite fascinating, really. Let's see if I can get it without breaking everything. Let's have a look. Hang on. I'm going to go and get my coffee, and we've got a Typhoon just 4 miles out. But yeah, I need to show you. 2, please. Yeah, here we go. Getting delivery service from Steve. Good old Steve, burger van. Man, that's brilliant.
Right over there.
Cheers, man. Thanks, buddy. Cheers for that. Nice. Thank you. Cheers, mate.
Yeah, there was something really fascinating that I was learning about the transformation and modifying the Avro Lancaster to take the 22,000 pounder. But the problem was, don't forget, it was, you know, starting to modify Lancasters for the Tiger Force out in the Far East, but things ended sooner than the preparations for the latest and greatest aircraft. So the Lancasters that were carrying the 22,000 pounders weren't really maneuverable very much. So in the end, Avro decided to make a new aircraft based on the Lancaster, longer, wider, 120-foot wingspan, more powerful engines, the latest and greatest Rolls-Royce Merlin, and it was a fifth of the cost of a B-29. But of course, during that time, the B-29 was already, you know, at its prime. So in the end, they decided to lease it, 87 of them or so. But it was really interesting story about the B-29 Avro Lincoln. Nice one, Coningsby. Ted's home. Yeah, I may not be able to get you the Lancasters, too much now going on, but the Boeing Washington, basically an RAF designation, hence there was no, you know, difference, there was no modifications, but this was here. This is in 115 Squadron, Kilo Delta, the B-29, absolute massive beast, you know, compared to the, you know, the likes of the Avro Lincoln. It was absolutely substantial. We'll go into detail another time, but you know how amazing. So we had these here at Coningsby, the Boeing Washingtons, literally B-29 with RAF designation and markings on it. Absolute, I mean, you know what it got up to during, you know, it kind of finished and forced Japan into surrender. And it is an absolute, I mean, it developed into the KB the B-50, yeah, that's right, the B-50. The KC-97 it was developed into as well. Got that massive canopy at the front. Beautiful. And then we also had the, in 1962, another fantastic aircraft that was here was the Avro Vulcan was here. Just for the 2 years before they moved to Cottesmore, it served here as a quick reaction force defending the skies. But soon it was time for the Canberra to be replaced, and Coningsby was chosen to become a TSR2 station. Well, we all know what happened to that. And in the end, it was the F111 Aardvark that was the F111K that was going to take to the skies here at Coningsby, and an order was placed of around 50. 2 of them were nearly made, but for whatever reason, they cancelled those as well. And you know, the Canberra had been operating here for about 15 years, and it wasn't until 1968 when the decision was made to make Coningsby fighter town again. And in 1969, the Phantom Spey engine Phantom FGR4 arrived here with number 6 Squadron, the flying can openers. Phantom squadrons included 228, the OCU, 41 fighter, 29 fighter, 23 fighter and 56 fighter squadrons. Now, most of those went on to RAF Watersham at the time to be the quick reaction alert station. There was also other quick reaction force stations, Leeming, Lucas. The BBMF arrived here in 76. Jaguars started to arrive, Harriers with 41 squadron, and the Tornado F3 and other variants did arrive. The F3 arrived in 1984. Until, of course, May 19th, 2005, this arrived. Oh yes, with number 17 Squadron. 29 Squadron were chosen to become the operational conversion unit, followed by 2 combat-ready fighter squadrons, number 3, the oldest squadron here, and number 11 fighter squadron, the oldest designated fighter squadron, retaining that letter F since 1915. Eventually 41 squadron arrived, and last but not least in 2020, as early as this, number 12 squadron, the joint Qatari Emiri Air Force and Royal Air Force squadron. Rocket Chappie 54, how you doing? Hope you're good.
All good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And it's been a good day here at Coningsby. Just trying to... I've completely lost count of what's out there, so... I'm sure we've still got some out there, so... keep a looking. Good. So yeah, we're off to Mildenhall tomorrow, and we'll finish the week off at Lakenheath. A bit of a shorter week, but a bit of a longer week last week. With you can't get better than 7 in a row, Monday to Sunday, full on, no break, literally. It was absolutely amazing. But you know, I really enjoyed it this last week. I really did. Being on that roof was fantastic. So, and it's always a pleasure. And like I said, I was really impressed with the questions. In fact, the trend is still going on with the really, really good questions that you're all coming up with. So, thank you. And well done for all of you that are, you know, really going for it with the questions. That's that 41 Squadron over there that you can see. The Test and Evaluation Squadron. Sorry? I don't know. Probably cancelled in this weather, but yeah, during the Second World War, ladies and gents, teddy bears, 41 Squadron were flying Spitfires. They saw plenty of action, especially over Dunkirk and during the Battle of Britain in the early years of the war. They did move to France after the Normandy landings as well. They supported the Allied advance. In fact, their history dates back all the way to when the Royal Air Force wasn't established. During the First World War, we had the Royal Flying Corps that was before the Royal Air Force, and 41 Squadron, who formed at Fort Rowner in Gosport in April 1916, and it formed from a flight of 28 Squadron Royal Flying Corps. But on the 22nd of May 1916, the squadron disbanded again, and it was renumbered to 27 Reserve Squadron. And 41 reformed themselves on the 14th of July 1916 from the nucleus of 27 Reserve Squadron. They were flying biplanes such as the Airco DH2, Vickers FB5, the Scout, factory FE8s, and they departed their home, Gosport, for a 225-mile journey flight to Saint Omer, and this is where the Saint Omer cross is from. So they took off. 18 of them. Only 12 actually made it there, the others landing elsewhere with technical problems, and the 12 pilots spent a week at Saint-Omer before moving to Abbeville, where the ground crews reached them by road, and the remaining 6 pilots by rail, minus their 6 aircraft. So the FE-8, already obsolete as a pure fighter, and number 41 used as mainly for ground attack missions, and 24th of January 1917 the squadron claimed its first victories, aerial victories. These fell to Sergeant Pilot Cecil Toombs, who himself sadly was killed in action only 4 hours later. They were involved in the Battle of Arras, the Battle of Messines, or Battle of Messines, sorry, and an array of aircraft, and took part in a lot of battles, such as the Battle of Cambrai, and they provided distinguished service during that battle, and subsequently in the German Spring Offensive in March 1918 and the Battle of Amiens in August 1918. 41 Squadron claimed its final aerial victory of the war 2 days prior to the cessation of hostilities. And they eventually moved to Tangmere and moved to Croydon, and finally, until they disbanded on the 31st of December 1919. They accumulated around 17 aces of 41 Squadron. I'll just name a few of them: William Gordon Claxton, Eric John Stevens, Frank Sodden, Roy W. Chappell, Malcolm MacLeod, Loudon McLean, and the future Air Vice Marshal Meredith Thomas, and William Gillespie. They were awarded plenty of 4 DSOs, 6 MCs, 9 DFCs, 2 MMs, and 4 mentions in dispatches for their World War I service. The pilots credited with destroying 111 aircraft and 14 balloons, sending down 112 aircraft out of control, and driving down 25 aircraft and 5 balloons. 39 men were killed or died on active service with 41 Squadron, 48 wounded or injured. 20 pilots became prisoner of war, including Australian Captain Norman Bruce Hare. Now, lots of training began, and they reformed at RAF Norfolk on the 1st of April 1923 with the Sopwith Snipe. In 1937, 41 Squadron's badge and motto, "Seek and Destroy," are unveiled for the first time and presented to the squadron by the AOC in C, Air Officer Commanding in Charge, Air Chief Marshal Sir Hugh Dowding. The badge takes the form of a red double-armed cross on a white background, adapted from the arms of the French town Saint-Omer, the location of the squadron's first ever operational overseas posting, which we mentioned. That was in October 1916. So, a new era for them on the 30th of December 1938. 41 Squadron was issued with the Supermarine Spitfire. It was only, 10 months after that they were involved in the Second World War. They became the 3rd RAF Squadron to receive the Supermarine Spitfire. By early February 1939, the squadron had received a full complement of 20 Mark I Spitfires. 200 pilots served with 41 Squadron between April the 1st, 23 to the 2nd of September 1939. Now, during this period, no battle honours were granted, nor any decorations awarded, but the era produced 10 Air Commodores, 9 Air Vice Marshals, and 2 Air Marshals, and 2 Air Chief Marshals as well. So, from the declaration of war on the 3rd of September 1939, 41 Squadron spent the first several months on monotonous routine patrols north of England, and at the end of May 1940 the squadron flew south to RAF Hornchurch to participate in the evacuation of Dunkirk. But with a spell south, 26th of July 1940, they participated in the first phase of the Battle of Britain. In its 2-week tour, the squadron claimed 10 aircraft destroyed, 4 probables, and 3 damaged for the loss of 1 pilot and a 2nd wounded. 41 Squadron returned to the north at Catterick, so if you're ever in Yorkshire, Catterick, you have a connection there. But they did return to Hornchurch on the 3rd of September 1940, where they remained there until the end of February 1941. They inflicted several damage on the Luftwaffe. They were causing a lot of pain, and the commanding officer and OC B-Flight were killed in action, and 3 other pilots were shot down and 2 were wounded in action. One of these was hospitalised for 6 months. So although they were taking down many aircraft, it did come at a cost. On the 31st of October 1940, Battle of Britain was considered officially over, with 49 pilots flew with the squadron between 10th of July and 31st of October 1940. Squadron also supported the ill-fated Canadian landings at Dieppe, Operation Jubilee on the 19th of August 1942, completing 3 squadron strength missions over the beaches. Echo Bravo was proudly painted on their Spitfires, if you ever see them. In February 1943, 41 Squadron became the first of only 2 squadrons to receive the new Griffon engine Spitfire Mark 12. They also supported in the leading up to and throughout D-Day landings as well. And on D-Day itself, 6th of June 1944, 3 of 41 Squadron's pilots were hit by flak over the bridgehead, and 1 was killed. On the 19th of June 1944, the squadron was pulled off air support for Bridgehead in France and was deployed solely in the destruction of Germany's newest weapon, the V-1 flying bomb. Now, it's quite interesting because the Griffon Bauer had a lot more power, and it was the Mark 12 which would get a maximum speed at 441. Now I'm going to show you something. 1 second. Hang on a minute. Let me just see if I can get it though. That's the problem. So on the 28th of August 1944, the squadron claimed its last of 53 V-1s destroyed. Now, I'm going to see if I've got time to get you this. Hang on. So we can catch up for photos after, alright? No worries, right, I managed to get it for you. So 41 Squadron were involved in taking down the V-1. Look at this thing. Now,
not to be fooled by this. Tempest, Mosquito and Griffin powered was the only way to take these down. It was a very, very notable, the V-1 bomb. And now it did have some nicknames, but these were nicknames solely for the, oh, let me just, I'm just trying to, there you go, that's better. So this is the V-1, probably the first ever cruise missile in its existence. It was called the, I'm sorry for the pronunciation, it was the Vergeltungswaffe, that's it, which stands for basically Vengeance Weapon 1. And it was, yeah, I'd say it was a sort of the earliest sort of cruise missile. And the warhead was an Amator 39, later it was turned into the Tron. And the warhead was about 850 kilos, that's 1870. I've got an aircraft just coming in, but I'm going to show you what they did to take this down. But earlier Mark Spitfires were, you know, weren't quick enough to catch one of these up. And 41 Squadron took out a total of 53 of them, and there was a couple of methods to do it. Nice smooth landing. Another one? Nope. There might be another one, but yeah, these things basically would run out of fuel. It would literally run out of fuel, and then that's when you had to worry. So max speed was about 400 miles per hour on these things, and it was, the guidance was a gyro compass. So it had a gyro on there, like a gyroscope, and the problem is with that was its weakness. And pilots, the Allied pilots, started to work out how to take this down. Now, they were powered by the Argus AS-109 014 Pulse jet, and the range was about 160 miles, so it would shoot off like a rocket, and Allied pilots would be like, what on earth, what in the salmon is that? Now, there were a couple of ways. Now, there was only a few aircraft that can catch this up, but when they, if they were lucky enough and fortunate enough to catch it up, is trying to shoot the thing down. So what they found, obviously this is quite a new thing, and it was the Griffin powered, and the likes of which that could do sort of 400 plus miles per hour were the only ones that stood a chance. And most aircraft would come back from their sortie, coming back, and either have not a lot of fuel left or out of ammo. Let me just fix that there now. Oh dear. So yeah, one of the things that they found if they ran out of ammo would be to go near it, and one of the pilots realized, you see, this was quite new, would touching it explode, and the idea of one of these, when it ran out of fuel, it would just dive down and, yeah, cause havoc and chaos, basically almost like a cruise missile, in fact. So one of the first times ever engaged in one of the Spitfires, one of the pilots went to go and knock it, but it started just wobbling like that, and the pilot got worried because it started to, his wings started to overheat, but it wasn't. It was just the light under the wing, the red light. It would actually glow until the pilot really lifted it again, and it went out of control and crashed. That was one method. But if you had a Griffin powered Mark 12, a Mosquito, anything 440 miles per hour, that kind of thing, to catch this thing up and take it down. You also had to be worried when shooting it that it didn't disintegrate and all the debris would literally just go straight into it. So caution had to be made when actually shooting at it as well, because if you're both going 400 miles per hour and this disintegrates, the speed of you're going 400, this thing is just gonna, like, yeah, exactly. So you had to be careful. So they did try to rocket and get it, and they did try to make it lose control using that gyro. So that was was something that 41 Squadron took care of. Would be taking out the V-1 bombs like that. 53 of them in total. Kind of lost where I was with 41, you know. Oh yeah, V1 bombs. Trying to see what else. Yeah, so they took out that. I'm just trying to have a look at my notes that I've got here. Anyway, the squadron had a busy time during the Second World War. But yeah, so the lots of pilots actually took them down after they expended all their ammo, because it wasn't the easiest thing to take down. And what they did, literally fly beside them and tried to get their wingtip underneath the V1 and rock it out until it sent it crashing to the ground. And a lot of the you know, the kills on this, or the aerial victories, depending on what you want to call it, were done in this fashion. Here comes another Typhoon. So, as you know from our history, there were no Spitfires or Hurricanes here at Coningsby, because this was indeed a bomber station, bomber command station, number 5 group. Got nice aero braking there. So the 41 Squadron advanced and moved forward to the front and made its first base in Germany, just southwest of the town of Celle, of Sailor, 140 miles due west of Berlin. So they spent some time there. The squadron actually had 2 mascots during the Second World War. One of them was called Wimpy, a bull terrier with the tip of one ear missing. A bit like Ted, actually. That's quite interesting. That was at Catterick in 1939 to 40. And Perkin, a large black French poodle, in 1943 to 44. The squadron's 325 World War II pilots, all men from various countries, as of course Britain, Australia, Republic of Ireland, Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, Palestine, Poland, White Russia, you know, you've got all these, Rhodesia, South Africa, Trinidad, Uruguay, the United States, and countries that just I've never heard of. Oh yeah, Rhodesia. So that's is that Zimbabwe? Am I right in saying that? Mike G, the pulse engine would be cool for roasting hot dogs. Nice. Chris Taylor wants a drawing of the V1 engine. Yeah, why not? So I hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Oi, oi. Hope we are all good. So yeah, lots of stuff going on, and yeah, after the Second World War for 41 Squadron, it was on the 1st of April 46, only a day after being disbanded in Germany. 41 Squadron were reformed at RAF Dalcross in Scotland as a fighter squadron, but they renumbered from, that sounds like startups, oh well, bring it on. Talk history, get aircraft, innit? That's how you do it. They became a day fighter squadron again in 1951. They were flying Gloucester Meteors, Hawker Hunters, loads of stuff. On the 14th of July 57, the squadron were presented with the standard, displaying the unit's battle honours by the CAS Air Marshal Sir Theodore McAvoy, KCB CBE, who had served 3 years with 41 Squadron as a young officer following the graduation from RAF College Cranwell in 1925. They also spent some time here at Coningsby with Jaguars and Harriers as well. And they even were operating as a non-flying squadron, operating the Bristol Bloodhound surface-to-air missile, who 41 Squadron operated from 1965 to 1970 at RAF West Raynham. Cool. So it was in 72 at Coningsby in Lincolnshire here at TED HQ that they were reborn as a tactical fighter reconnaissance and ground attack unit as part of 38 Group Air Support Command. They were flying the F4 Phantom FGR4s. There was also a 41 Designate Squadron that formed the RAF Coltishall in Norfolk on the 1st of July 76. And they commenced training as a reconnaissance unit with the Sepicat Jaguar GR1, and the two squadrons operated independently of one another. This was quite an interesting one, because you had one full one squadron who dropped the one to become a designate squadron. There was a bit of a funny story with that one. That was quite cool. I'll explain about that. I remember coming across that story to welcome them back, but they did reform as their own 41 squadron eventually. They also did a fly past in 2006 with Harriers here over Coningsby.
So Jaguars moved here on the 1st of April 2000. Let's have a look. 6th Squadron also operated the Jaguars as well. Remember, that was Sainty Squadron, wasn't it? And there was a lot of shrinking down the Jaguar squadrons. That's how they ended up here for a little bit with number 3 Squadron. There's actually if you look on certain maps, you can see number 3 Squadron, sorry, a Jaguar badge above 3 Squadron. That's quite cool. But here they are, 41 Squadron, Seek and Destroy. Okay, here we go. One more Typhoon. Looking good. Look at this. Well, I hope you all enjoyed today. It's been a good day.
watching. Congratulations for your 12-month membership. Oi, everyone. Peter Faulkner, thank you for 21 months membership. Loved every minute. Thank you very much. Paul Hobson, congratulations on 25 months membership. Oi. Janet D with 6 months membership as well. Lots of milestones been hit today. We come to the end of our show. See if we're going to get any more departures. I did hear some startups, but we'll see what that equates to. So we're just gonna ride on just for a little bit longer, see how we go on. I hope you've all enjoyed the show so far. How's it all going, ladies, gents, teddy bears? And a good start to our week anyway, as we started a little bit later than usual on a Wednesday, as we had a bit of a break after our adventures at Eastbourne. Hope you enjoyed that, which was a great time. I know, really good. Davey, how you doing, man? Really good. Yeah, absolutely. A great day it's been. And Alex, Black Cat, Davey, Aspen, Margot, LEJ Approach, Roger Payne, Davil, how you doing? Hope you're good. Congratulations on 8 months. Time flies when it's a foon. It does. Does indeed. Goes backwards. Like a backwards flying pro. Like, let's have a look, see if we've got any. Let me have a quick look, see what we've got going on. If we've got any. Could be it. Oh, you alright? You okay, yeah? You good? Good. So just got probably onto our last hour here of our show before we finish up for the day. And do join us tomorrow at Milden Hall. That's where we're off to tomorrow, and we'll finish up the week at Lake Heath as well. Frontline. We're at RAF Coningsby, getting ready for landing. Here we go. Here we go, send it. Another departure. Nice takeoff there. So that's not much yet for now, I think. See ya. You're right. No, not there, kiddo. No, sorry, mate. You're right.
Yeah, I'm fine. Nicholas, yeah?
Good. Who's this?
Remember speak slowly.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember the bear. Yeah, look at him.
Yeah, Nicholas, remember the stream of the C-17 a few hours ago? I saw it on YouTube. Yeah.
It was good, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll put him on the screen. What's his name?
He's the same
Oh,
as
it's
your
just
Ted, isn't
Ted,
he?
right.
But he used to belong to...
So we've got a guest bear called Ted as well, which is one of our favourite names. He seems like he's part of the Typhoon Display Team. He's doing quite good. He's looking a bit gangster with his. I love his chain there. He's giving it a bit gangster there. Maybe the Typhoon Display Team might be. Yeah, he's all right, isn't he? Good to see you, Ted. There's another Ted there. Thank you very much. I hope you're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Hope you're well. So yeah, nothing really to report now, other than I could just finish up for the day. That's pretty much a wrap. It's been an absolute busy one today, and I hope you've all enjoyed it.
Where's your Ted though?
He's here for a minute. He'll be out in a second.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're staying over here. Well, F22 Ted or 4, yeah. I've seen your model. I mean, I've got a model of the Typhoon, and also I've got a few little models of the Spitfire, the Hurricane,
You should show me
and
today.
the Land. Well, I think the Lancaster's going away from Coningsby because it needs fixing. So the Day947 has got a new
It
design,
looks like a capybara.
and that will be coming back to
look at
cover
me.
for the Land.
That's right. Yeah. So the Dakota is coming back at some point, but I'm not sure when.
Yeah, same. I'm not sure when.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, I remember this one.
Very good.
Can we go back to the car and you'll
Oh,
see?
yeah.
That's it. That's how you say it. Oh yeah. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Got a very cool. Nice to see you again. No worries. See you in a bit.
Wham's a funny way to differ.
Hello. You all right? How you doing? Okay.
Are you going all shy? What's the matter?
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. And just keeping the feelers out just to see what if we could have anything. Of course, this is military aviation. No one knows anything. Yeah, he was quite knowledgeable. He knew all the serial numbers. That's very cool.
Thank you very much, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. So that's our show. We're done. We're dusted. Cooked, fried, however you want to call it, kebab wrap. Thank you very much, everyone, on this not so great weather-wise, but it's been an absolutely, see ya, take care, bye. It's been an absolutely cracking day, hasn't it? Been good fun, and I hope you've all enjoyed it. So we're going to catch you then tomorrow at RAF Mildenhall for some more fun with the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope you enjoyed that. And yes, so tune in tomorrow. I'll get a stream ready for us all, and I hope you enjoyed today, because I thought that was pretty good. Some great stuff as well. So again, thank you very much to RAF Coningsby for all that you do. Thank you very much. And of course, all our viewers and members. It's really important, those members that are constantly supporting the channel through membership. There will be a video after the stream, so you can have a look at, well, actually not a video, but there'll be like a little playback in a moment, so you can have a look at how the channel is supported by all of you and what it can do and what you get back as well for it. So thank you very much. So hope you've all enjoyed it. Thank you, Ted. So my name's Nikos. I've been your historian, cameraman, and commentator. So that completely back to front. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. Take care, everyone. See you tomorrow. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Aw, yeah.
Golf India, Brian Stone,